Okay, we is streaming. Let's get these earbuds in my ear, both ears, and then we're going to try and see if we're connecting to the... Oh, fuck, did I even turn the studio on? How could I have forgotten that? Okay, channel dashboard. Let's get the studio on. Okay, and go live stream. Okay, hopefully it connects. All right, incredible. That's a fucking miracle. T-Tank Perry's already there saying good evening loud and clear, brother. You're ahead of me. You got here before I did, literally. That may be difficult to understand unless you're producing, but basically, T-Tank Perry entered into chat in studio before I even turned the studio on, because I had actually started streaming before I even turned the studio on, which shows you just what a rush I'm in, having gotten home and then trying to get the show started. Let's get everybody else in here, and let's get everybody else, well, you know, pressing that upvote, because that's what most important here. Let's see if we can get an echo, which shows you we got an echo, so that's a good start. And everybody hit those upvotes right now. God bless the two who already have done so. I'm adding a third, and now we need to add many, many more. Everybody, we've got 6 watching now. Every single one of you hit the upvote, please. All right, it's important to do that because we're immediately hit by downvotes, and we need to counterbalance that because the downvotes are automated, and they're put here by inimically hostile people, hostile to life itself. Okay, now let's get other people on the call, and here we are. We press the audio call button. All right, again, just got home, and now we're going to get everybody else online that we can. Let's hope we get Aristides on. He can do his blurb, and that'll give me a chance to just get myself together, and we can carry on. Okay, John sent an image. God bless him. Aristides, how are you?
I am fine.
Okay, let's say that again, so we make certain that you register on the OBS.
I am fine. How are you, Douglas?
Much the better for your registering on the OBS.
Great.
Okay, we're good. We're good. Are you ready to? I mean, thank you for asking how I am. I just got back. I made a call to Victoria Lauren Hobbs just to know that I got her something in the mail, and hopefully she recovers that, and she seems to be doing fine. Just for anybody who wants to know, and she has her own channel, and feel free anytime you want to put links up to her channel, Aristides. And
okay.
Yeah, and we haven't put up links to our other friend in a long time. I'm not quite sure if he's putting anything out, but of course we have to have Aristides do it in the chat box because I cannot enter links in my own chat box because I'm forbidden to do so. I'm forbidden to do so by YouTube. So yeah.
What?
Yes, that's the... Well, remember...
did that come along with the comments turning off?
Yes, that's correct.
Goodness.
Yeah, because I tested it that day. I actually tested it that day, but forgot to tell you about it because, you know, it's been so busy. So all that being said, I might have tested it the episode after because you might have been awake or had just reanimated, so to speak. You know, this is at 3 a.m. in Aristides' morning by the time we closed the show down lately. Which, by the way, I do want people to know I've gotten generally positive feedback for shorter shows. Less is more. A lot of people are able to digest the show that way. Otherwise, the show is just too long for most people to digest. Yeah. Right.
That's not terribly surprising.
Yeah, there you go. And so, such having been said, let's see if anyone else is joining us, Aristides, before you take it away.
I was just trying to get that out of the way. I put Victoria's channel in there. And I will look for Mr. What's his name? Super Clutch 420. Super Clutch 420.
Yeah, was it Super Clutch 420?
Yeah. Who?
How did you remember that?
Well, I do have a cheat sheet here. You know, do you think I do this all from memory? Let's see.
Oh, at any rate, let's see if we've gotten any. God damn! Not only did we get the notification from YouTube that we're on via the email, which is a good thing. But we got 2 emails immediately after that. Damn, the emails just fucking pumping tonight. So, okay, and yes, Dust. Our dear John, who is T-Tank Berry, reminded me via a wood engraving that Ash Wednesday is a day of remember, man, that thou art dust, and into dust thou shalt return. Very beautiful. Thank you so much, John. I may go off on a tangent about that, thanks to you. But we'll wait until after Ari finishes his bit, and take your time, dear Ari.
Right.
How are you feeling? You up to that?
Yeah, I think I'm up to that. It's the least I can do.
Yes. And excellent.
Right.
God bless everybody who's put in their upvotes. I thank you all. And Ari's going to speak more about that.
Yeah, I already did.
Excellent.
And I even put in more than one, and we'll explain that real quick. But to do any of this, you have to be signed into YouTube, unfortunately. But they don't just let strangers, vote and do stuff willy-nilly. So you do have to be signed in. That's not as intimidating as it sounds if you've never done it. If you have a Gmail, that should get you in for free. In other words, not making a new account. Otherwise, just click make account or whatever. But why not make a Gmail and do that too? So that gets you in, gets you doing stuff. And the most important thing you do right away is, as Douglas said, is hit that upvote or the like, so to speak. That is would be important anyway, but is especially important for 2 reasons. Number one, the all-powerful algorithm, which will dictate how likely Douglas is to appear high up in search results or suggested content, etc. And also because there are downvotes placed that cannot be seen, such as hidden by YouTube everywhere these days, but they are placed right away. Douglas apparently says there's a bunch that show up, and that means bots, but that will skew the algorithm down. So we got to hit that up as much as possible. And the cool thing is, I presume once you're logged in, you have your little account thingy up in the corner there, your little menu. If you open it up where it says switch account, you could, I guess in theory, if you have more than one Gmail, switch between. You just have to add it as a login for there. It's pretty self-explanatory, I guess. So really, you could be set up with either multiple logins or even underneath one login. There's more options. You can create channels, content channels. You don't even have to put anything in them. You can make one or multiple dummy channels, and each of them is capable of its own upvotes, and all these things are capable of their own upvotes. So in theory, if you really were determined, and you could be your own little upvote army.
Yes. And
Right?
we highly recommend that, because the enemy fights dirty as fucking hell. So go on.
That's right.
Yeah.
Your own little paramilitary force in the Douglas Dietrich democracy.
Yes.
Of multiple votes per person.
Yes. Tell them they're part of the Chrome Berets, the cyber specialists in
Chrome Beret. I haven't heard that one before.
There we are. It's a cyber kind of term for it was a term they used to use just as a informal way of referring to cyber combatants, people who specialize in cyber warfare. So it's not official. It's not an official.
No, right. Yeah, no, of course, it's just a what do you call it? Informal term.
Yes.
What was the term again?
Chrome Berets.
Chrome.
Yes.
Chrome Beret. I was thinking silver. Chrome Berets. That's cute. That's cute. Anyway, in these ways, you can throw in a bunch of upvotes right in the beginning. It's the first and foremost thing you should do, because it's very time dependent. There, the first few crucial moments. Beyond that, basically, anything you click or do there is going to help the algorithm. Besides the thumbs down, obviously, please don't ever click that. The share button there, you can generate a link, which is probably better than grabbing it right out of the browser bar because YouTube knows you did that. So that would tend to matter. Maybe the little save thing there, you can insert a little your own little internal favorites there. Just hit it anyway. What the hell. Although if you subscribe to the channel, which you should, if you see a button that says subscribe, you should do that.
Yes. Not should, you must. But go on. You're awfully gentle about this.
Yes. It isn't. It's imperative that you do that. If you're not sure if you're subscribed, if you are not, I would suppose it would show you the subscribe button, but who knows in the case of those people that mysteriously have become unsubscribed. So that you can check at the main channel there to the left. Don't click directly on that because you'll leave the program, but you can right click on the PC or I don't know what on the phone, open the new tab, go check later, go to the main channel, which is, I'll open it up, just youtube.com/@DouglasDietrich. And check your subscription status there and make sure you turn on the notification bell. Not only turn it on, but click on it and you have a short little menu there. Click the all option and that makes it the bell with like these two little emphasis lines around it. Like that bell's really ringing, right? But it's not really, it's not gonna like harass your day. It's only gonna come on every single time Douglas broadcasts. But if you didn't, it might just be when YouTube felt like telling you about it, due to their whatever algorithm. So turn on the bell on all, subscribe, and what else here? Let me get back to that window. So please do that. What else can you do? Yep, do all kind of things. You can you might see a button that says clip, and then you can clip out a 1 minute or so excerpt from the program. Even the live, it'll let you do that, or in the replay, which means after the live becomes a regular YouTube video.
Yes.
The link to the video is the same, for the live and the replay, no separate links, so that is convenient. So if you save it now, share it now, drop it in a chat now, email it out now. It'll get the people there anytime. So please do save that link and share it as far and as wide as possible in any creative way. We've covered some before, we might not tonight, but please do share any way you can think of. What else? Also while you're in the little menu there, make sure restricted mode is off. That is for, children or something. Not you. That is some content can be labeled either by the creator or by YouTube as age restricted, perhaps in just an automated way due to without ill intent, just by what's being said or whatnot, or just hitting a certain amount of keywords. But if that for some reason is on, you won't be able to see that type of content, and we don't think you're too worried about your tender sensibilities if you're even here. So you wouldn't. Make sure all your friends, no doubt you've turned on many friends to this stuff. If not, you should make sure they know that, especially if they somehow can't find the content or can't get notifications or something. So you make sure that is restricted mode off. Other things you can do during the replay on a PC, you can right click if you're hearing like, oh man, this is a really great topic. I know somebody needs to hear just this. You can right click and generate a link with a timestamp. It's just the same link, except with it's like an and sign and a t equals something seconds that just takes them to that point in the program. And you can even adjust that time yourself if you want to manually, if that helps. Let's see. Oh, and see, comments are disabled currently, due to ongoing harassment of Douglas. As you see below, it says comments are turned. It even says, even though comments would not be turned on at this point, it's already saying, because normally they're after the program, it's already saying they're off. So
yes.
you can leave comments on episodes if you go to the main spread there of live. Now the tab that says live, not the tab that says videos. That might confuse some people who aren't familiar. If you go to the main channel, you see some tabs: home, videos, live. Live contains only the live streams in order. And if you go there, the episode with the green hair day.
Yes.
Is the last one where you can. I had a link to that. Or I'll just grab it again. There you can. And before that, you can comment on. Don't be afraid to throw random comments that don't even have to do with that.
But by the way, just to answer somebody in the chat, I'm not quite sure what Pigeons 1221 is referring to. He says, "I demand to be added." You're added. You're in the chat. If you mean on the call, that's we need to know you first. So you'll need to send me an email and tell me who you are and say, "Oh, this is Pigeons 1221 in the chat." But you seem very so it says add me as a friend. A friend. We're not on Facebook. If you mean as
how's that work?
If you mean as a contact, then you mean like Microsoft Teams. I have to know who you are. I'd be send me a contact request and I can.
The only thing you could possibly do is go to channel and subscribe to their channel. That's really the only thing you can do on YouTube.
But I mean,
that's it.
If he wants to ultimately come on a call with us, and who knows, I'm not denying that the potential isn't there.
Right.
But they need to send me a contact request on Microsoft Teams. So you need to Pigeons 1221. Look, you're saying add me as a friend. I'm live. I'm on your side. Look. Cool. I mean, but just all you need to do is send me a contact request on Microsoft Teams. I'm Douglas Dietrich 1. That's all you need to know. Douglas Dietrich 1. And so you just send me a contact request. And if I get that, then, I can add you. You need to give me some specific, say, oh, I'm Pigeons 1221 or use that same name. But, I doubt I'll just, add you for that. You got to kind of, I could, and then you could introduce yourself with a bit more, text. So we could play it that way, or send me an email and we'll play it that way. And
let's put the email in. We do that anyway. So that is on YouTube. Add as a friend does not really quite apply like that. Again, you can subscribe to channels, but you can email. There are other ways to reach Douglas and discuss all the particulars. Put the email in there.
Thank you for taking over with that.
Wait, how do we connect? How we connect? Don't think I'm too stupid. I demand to be added. Add me as a friend. I'm live. I'm on your side. I will never do something you don't accept. Well, here good. You can email.
It's better than phone
Douglas.
Sex.
Yeah. I mean, if only everyone was so agreeable. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yes. Sure. We'll take your help at first, and
yes,
depending, trial basis. See how you do.
There we go.
There's Douglas' email to reach him, and you can also. So let's move on to.
Yes.
Aside from all this, besides jamming that upvote as soon as you arrive, is send him money. And
yes,
Douglas, this is Douglas's job.
Yes.
Without your support, he would not be able to do this, bring you his mind-blowing information and one of a kind on this planet personality. So he would not be able to do that without contributions. So let's get the PayPal in there, and that is the easiest way. Most, oh boy,
That was interesting.
Yeah, I've just eyeballed the chat there. We're gonna keep going here. We're gonna put the PayPal in there. That's the easiest way. By far, most people have PayPal. It's very easy to sign up for. So please, that is Douglas's his personal one. He has two. One is his business one, and they take a little bit of a PayPal tax out of that one. We don't put that in the chat usually. That is available on his webpage, though, douglasdiedrich.com. But you don't even ever need the link. All there's no excuse. So, I was gonna send Douglas a pile of money, but I just don't have that link. It's not an excuse. Go to PayPal, and even if you don't remember what I'm saying, just type Douglas Dietrich. Hopefully, you'll find the right guy. He's got to look Asian, at least somewhat. But type in Douglas D. Dietrich with the middle initial. Even if you forget the middle initial, that is his the business PayPal. He's not going to gripe too much if you send a whole pile of money to that one either.
This is hysterical. You really do have to take a look at the chat pigeons and say,
yeah.
Now his girlfriend's getting upset.
Well, we'll get there. Yeah. Oof. Oh. Well, at least he has a girlfriend.
Yeah, that's light years ahead of some we know.
Yeah, that's encouraging.
Yeah.
So Douglas D. Dietrich at PayPal. All you got to do is get yourself to PayPal. Type PayPal in a search engine. Get there. Type Douglas D. Dietrich, or even just Douglas Dietrich, but preferably Douglas D. Dietrich in there. And you'll find him, and you'll send him money as much as you can reasonably afford, as often as you can. You can even set up a regular recurring payment to do so. Say, I'm not sure the structure they allow. Maybe I can look that up. Once a month is good. If it's a smaller amount more often, it's good. I have to see if they let you, how much they let you tailor that. Do they let you do that? I'll investigate. Do they let you do that bi-weekly? Every time you get paid, just peel off a little bit for the old Dougster, and have it send it over. So
that's right.
Just please send money, damn it.
Yes. That's the bottom line, to use a pun.
Yep.
Yes. Let's
see. Let's get to the footnotes. All right. So title bar is always filled up with stuff, and there's much more the program is likely about than can ever be fit in there.
Yes.
So if you see a little asterisk, 1 or 2 or 3, well, there's 3. That refers to itemized footnotes in the description, where you should click see more and check all that out. The small essay in Dietrichonic, it's written every time. Fascinating information and references and exposure to many languages of the world. Something to see there for everyone, but do check out both the description and the itemized topics there. What are you gonna? I'm sure you're gonna have some stuff about the Asian Lunar New Year to talk about.
Yeah, well, yes, actually, yes. You're quite right. Yeah, that's I'm afraid to get started.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure you will. So check all that out. When you get a chance, just click more on the description right below the window. Douglas will explain all of that. If you have a question, put it in the chat. Even if Douglas can't reply to it, he can address it verbally. So
yes,
please do all of that. And if you can't contribute, then distribute. Preferably do both. And that's about it.
Wow, I mean, well, that was a lot, and as always, it's done very well. It's I think that you're a master at this, and well, we couldn't do it without Aristides, and Aristides has done far more to save the show by saving my ass a number of times in the past. So for that, we're all eternally grateful. And with that, we can pretty much start into the day, and let's take a look first at what our dear friend. Pigeon says, People keep on calling me. I can't help my friends. I like Douglas. I will send. I don't care if IRS finds out. Should I send him
Oh,
under
don't worry about that.
600? You send as much as you can send. You know, I used to say things like without putting yourself out, but you know, I realized I don't give a damn. He says Douglas deserves
Put yourself
better.
out for once.
That's right. That's right. Douglas deserves better than 600. Damn straight. And so how should I send it? Well, you know, the links were put in by Aristides.
I'll put it in again.
He'll put it in again. Thank you. He'll put it directly under your latest comment, your latest entry. Can't call it a comment, your chat entry. And there we have that. It's well, that is a interesting start to the night. We're going to see if we have got another image. Oh, fire horse image sent by our dear friend T-Tank Berry. There we are. He found cyberpunk chrome berets. He found that nice silver samurai, not the Marvel Comics one, which is really kind of awkward, but another one. And he found some incredible chrome images of you know, female robo snipers, what the Japanese call gynobots. Well, you know, one of them, which is, I guess, very apropos for a Christian holiday, and more chrome. Oh, so these are like, but one of them is, the one at the top is a role-playing game rulebook. If you can find a better image of that cover, T-Tank Berry, I would appreciate it, because I'd like to see what that was a part of, what RPG that was a part of. So, because I recognize it as being part of an RPG, but do not recognize which one. Okay, so Heather Holman says, I would be happy to screen people for you. That's so cute. That's really delightful. I love you, Heather. Have you joined us on the call, Heather? And feel free to, if you have not. And otherwise, you know, I'd be happy for anyone to jump on the call just to, you know, provide me a little bit of opportunity to slip some of these, what are these called? Little, they call them nuggets, the dry salami, spicy nuggets. Love to start shoving those in my mouth, give myself some added protein just before the show, just calories to burn. Anyhow, he says he has Venmo. I want to donate. Douglas is what makes my blood boil. Cool. I mean, yes, your girlfriend's going to get even angrier. Oh, all right. Not that I'm aiming for that, but as for Venmo, I don't know. Can they use Venmo to contribute? Just use the buttons.
They may have made that bridge because it is the same company.
Okay.
So you might be able to go to. I'm look at that right now.
Bless you. So while Aristides is looking at that, I'll start in on just kind of how about some little preaching? It is Ash Wednesday. Now I want everyone to know all you need to do is open the text box that is underneath every episode. Even while we're live, you can do this. You open that text box and you're going to get a nice, great big explanation of as much as I can pack in there concerning the footnotes to the title. A lot of people have a hard time understanding my titles because they are by force of circumstance in shorthand. You're only allowed 100 characters. And I pretty much 100% of the time get 100 characters in there. So, and that's never enough. So at any rate, Ash Wednesday cum, and that word is cum, not cum. It is a Latin word, and it means with, as in a more fused sense, not necessarily intimate, because the word cum would imply seminal to many of you. Seminal, by the way, means seed bearing. Seminal means seed bearing, seed spreading. So hence the term semen, but seminal also means a seminal event. It's an event which is generative. It starts something. And so, by the way, Pigeons 1221 says I also have Zelle, you know, whatever it takes, you know.
Well, I found some instructions. Like, yeah, you can go from Venmo to PayPal, and I put it right in the chat.
Excellent.
Please see it there. The most direct method is using the Visa Plus feature in the Venmo app to send funds to a PayPal pay name. So that would be Douglas D. Dietrich. So look for the Visa Plus feature in your Venmo.
Yeah. And he says, I want to make sure you don't get taxed twice. I mean, well, that's appreciated, but it's
don't worry about that.
Just
send the money.
Yeah, just send it. Thank you, Aristides.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. And haunting images from our dear friend T. Tank Berry. Again, if anyone just opens the text, you'll get pretty much what I'm going to relate first, and that will at least contextualize much of kind of like the little sermon that'll follow. Basically, understand that Lent is a 40-day, which excludes Sundays, by the way. But other than excluding Sundays, because they don't want people to starve to death, Lent is a 40-day Christian liturgical season of fasting, prayer, and repentance, starting on Ash Wednesday today, ending before Easter. It commemorates the 40 days that ēsôús, or Jesus, spent fasting in the wilderness. And it's a period that focuses on spiritual renewal, self-discipline, and almsgiving, which means, give Douglas what you have. And that helps the poor, because I am the needy. And ergo, helping me will help you repent for all your sins. Well, not all of them, but enough. It probably won't get you to heaven because you're helping someone perfectly possessed of Lucifer, but it'll guarantee you won't go to hell, because believe it or not, Lucifer is the king of this world, and God arranged it that way because God is all powerful, and in his infinite wisdom he saw that was the right thing to do. So there you have that. And if you can't understand that, that's because you don't understand the mind of God. And that's okay, because it's kind of like a dog trying to understand his master. He, may try, but there's only so much his brain can wrap around. And when it comes to God and his reasoning, you're in the same position. Don't think otherwise. But that doesn't stop us from trying, and that's not a bad thing. At any rate, Easter season runs early this year due to our calendar system. On the Gregorian calendar, which is now used by most Christian denominations, and, well, most everybody on earth by force of Christian crusades and evangelization, or proselytization, I should say. Easter typically falls on the first Sunday after the first full moon, following the spring equinox. That, of course, is the Evennight. It's also known as the Pascḥal, or the Passover full moon. So just remember that because of this lunar calendrical system, some real tight-ass biblicist, Protestant, schismatic fundamentalists think it's pagan and ergo evil to celebrate this way. Because, the ancient church derives from the old pagan populations. And that's what we inherited in terms of our concept of cyclicality. And so, there's a lot of moon magic involved with the church. And anybody who's antithetical to that is basically a misogynist, because it's really kind of goes in rhythm with the Lent cycle. And the patriarchies of evangelical fundamentalism, well, they hate women in general, and they're just this side of, the Judaic patriarchy, which hates women and considers them dirty while they bleed and forces them to sleep in a separate tent, back in the days when they were wandering in the desert, and nowadays just makes them isolate themselves in other ways. Or the man does stupid things like refusing to sit on a chair which the woman has sat on during her period. I mean, it gets really ridiculous. Don't be like that. And just honor the moon cycle and flow with it. That sounds like a bit of a pun considering the subject, but all right. So Pigeons 1221 says oh God, that whisper was so eerie. Was that you, Ari? God damn, that was eerie. God.
I don't know. Let's see what he's saying.
Yeah.
I can send you cash in an envelope. how do I connect? We put the instructions there
The address
in
is
the
there.
chat
Yeah.
on how to go
Oh,
from Venmo to PayPal.
but you could, I don't care. You could give him the physical mailing address. I mean, you got that. It's I don't think he's going to deliver if he's making it this much of a product.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
put cash in an envelope. It's probably not a good idea.
By the way, we have got
Get
Flamanados. We've got
a
Flamanados.
money order.
Yeah.
Get a postal money order
Yeah.
and put Douglas's name on it.
Yeah. Yeah. There
Yeah.
you go. There you go.
Not cash.
Yeah. I do want people to know in Kansas, we've got fire whirls spinning. You got these wind-driven fires in Kansas, and as they've spread under windy conditions, what we could call wuthering conditions, because I suffered Wuthering Heights with the Blood Boys over the last few days, it's created a very dangerously unique phenomenon that's becoming more common with every passing year. Flamanados, or fire tornadoes, which are quite the sight to see. Look it up and enjoy. Because the visual effects, which are all quite real, it's not CGI generated, Flamanados, they're spectacular. I mean, they're really a trip. Anyhow, I'm different. I don't rap for fun. Okay, so this guy is, well, this is where we do what we have to do. And we need to basically put the user in timeout, and I'll probably just hide him from the channel. Let's just do that. It's a lot easier. Okay, which is where it was always heading. Nevertheless, we were able to educate people on a lot of things, and that's okay. Now, in all fairness, Pigeons 1221 really didn't say anything outrightly offensive, but they didn't need to. It was just going on and on and on. Some of it was amusing and quite funny, really. And in that sense, I regret hiding them from the channel. But it's like, what are you going to do? I mean, how much longer can that go on? They're just spamming. And I don't mind that they did that for a little while. We had fun with it. But, there you go. At any rate, thanks, Aristides, for helping me to deal with that.
Well, we did put, he's like, how do I mean, he's like kind of so busy talking. He's like, well, how do I send? And it was like, well, we just said how to send.
Well, you knew that. You knew that. You knew that intuitively. By the way, T-Tank Berry sent us an excellent picture of a little Flamanado, a fire devil. And these things are fucking incredible. You don't want to be anywhere near them while they're doing their thing. Yeah, but the photographs of them from professional photographers, if you're an amateur photographer, maybe some of these people are, they're really putting themselves at risk, because you don't know where that sucker's going to go. That thing is moving on its own, and you don't know. The wind is already feeding that thing. It's just just be careful if you're out in the environment like that. You shouldn't be anywhere near these things, because there's a whole fire front that causes these things. Obviously, if you're in the midst of that, you're a firefighter, or you're a professional photographer, or you're incredibly fast and loose with your personal safety. By the way, Doug, this is from Samuel Romero. Samuel Romero says, Doug, that asshole trolling you, cash in an envelope. Just pay Doug with a check like the NSA pays you. Oh, that's delightful. Thanks so much, Sammy. That's beautiful. So, as everyone can see by the photograph embedded in thumbnail of live stream, I'm in the spirit of Ash Wednesday and still have the cross born upon my forehead. And this is done half as a fashion statement, admittedly. As you can see, I go a lot farther with it than simply having the ashes in a cruciform upon my forehead. I turn it into a statement. And such having been said, nevertheless, it's a fun day. Wouldn't miss it for the world. And honestly, it's one of those days that happens once a year that I actually wait for. I don't know what John Doe sent us, but it's not coming up. It's so whatever you sent us, John Doe, I take it. It's just something that's relevant, and not seeing anything otherwise. So but thank you for trying. it's just coming out as what would you describe that, Aristides, when it comes out that way? Can you see it in the text box? Just kind of like it's like a no-show. It shows you that he's trying to send something, but it's not coming through. So here we go. Now there's a Flaminado. That's pretty fucking spectacular. Damn! That's like a lightning bolt from God. That is like, look at that, Aristides. That is like, that's a firefighter looking at that, judging by the way the guy is dressed. Maybe I'm wrong, but if that's the homeowner, you've just received a a direct message from the heavens that God does not like you. Oh damn, that's I love that photo. That's something else. Damn, I mean, how does a Flaminado do that? That's like what I don't understand. If you look at that photograph, Aristides, there seems to be, it could be coming in from the left on that photograph. Maybe that's the trail left by the Flaminado. But otherwise, it's almost like the Flaminado spontaneously erupted in the home itself, which is, like I said, because of the conditions that are required to form one, I don't see how that's possible. But here's one more in an open environment, the way you naturally see them, surrounded by flame, as opposed to that home where the flame is almost erupting from the home itself. It's very bizarre. That borders on the supernatural. Anyhow, AI, no, that's not AI. Maybe.
I mean, I think there's so much heat rising off of a fire that it's not like it's just happened to be a small tornado that just happened by a fire. It's like it's connected to the rising, air, from the fire.
That's right. Yeah. So it's but the one that's inside the home, it would be surprising to me that someone would be that creative. But maybe someone got creative and just did that, coming out of a home. Because otherwise but why would they do that? Just because it's fun? People have fun with things, maybe. Who knows? Maybe they're just practicing. But it's, yeah. But there you go. It's impressive sight nonetheless, even if it's AI, that particular photograph. But the rest of these aren't. And people should hopefully get media literate enough to the point where they can identify AI generation. Like I said, the biggest insult of my life the other day was talking to that chick in Munich. We'll call her Stonerholic. And she was trying to write a book about, Max Spears, that she's never going to get done. And I was showing her all of the thumbnails of my channel while going through the story behind many of them. Then she said, it was the next call after that on Microsoft Teams. She said, all you showed me were AI generated images. I mean, really, to say that in the bland way that she said that, trying to look like she's streetwise when she's only advertising her own ignorance. Since my channel and the thumbnails on it, the overwhelming majority of them were uploaded even before there was publicly available AI. It's like beyond disgusting. I certainly withdrew all communications with her very shortly thereafter. Just want to make certain that she paid Crystal River first, made certain that was done before ending communications with her. But as for the, shall we say, Ash Wednesday, it's to remind yourself, oh, by the way, from Brendan, oh, yes, welcome aboard, Brendan. Let's hope he's joined the call, and if not, he's certainly more than welcome to do so. And, and just remember on this day of Ash that you are dust. Now, the second creation story in the book of Genesis states that the Lord God formed man of dust from the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living being. Although man was formed bodily from the dust of the earth, it was by God's divine breath that he became a living being. This conjoining of the dust of the earth and the divine breath is what made man a rational animal. The whole man, body and soul, is created in the image and likeness of God, ergo the sapiency, which is different from sentiency. All living beings are sentient, and many things we don't consider to be living are sentient, meaning responsive to stimuli. But man is sapient, meaning man is self-aware. Now, that doesn't mean that there are not relict populations that are also sapient, because they were the creations of other gods. There's a reason God is a jealous God, because those other gods used to be worshipped by man. And although man was created good along with the rest of creation, he, in his rationality, as I've just articulated, his sapience, had free will. And it's in the sinful abuse of that free will, eating of the fruit in the middle of the garden, that Adam and Eve lost their innocence and tarnished their divine image. Because of their sin, God informed Adam, "In the sweat of your face you shall eat bread till you are returned to the ground. For out of it you were taken, you are dust, and to dust you shall return." Now, these passages are the scriptural and theological bases for Ash Wednesday, the initiatory day that begins the season of Lent. And on this day, for those of us who are at least, if not affiliated with the Catholic Church, happy to partake in some of its rituals, we are signed with ashes from the previous year's palms. And upon receiving the cruciform sign, the priest declares, "Remember that you are dust, and to dust you shall return." We are all the sinful children of Adam, and so, like him, we will return to dust. At least metaphorically, we are all the children of Adam, because, as I've articulated before, Adam was, he was not the first man. That is taken as an illiterate stance. It is not biblical. Adam actually was someone who came a lot later in the game than other races. His race being Caucasian, and his race being essentially that from which we got the term, for white people, because of his ability to blush. Blood in the face, as it's known. The blush is something that only white people manifest. Of course, their whole body blushes when they're naked. Otherwise, you only see it in the face, and therefore the term blood in the face is usually used to be indicative of that phenomenon. By the way, our dear friend T-Tank Berry sends another meme, if you will. Well, a outstanding GIF, a graphics interchange format image, is presented to us by our dear friend Brendan Zoget, again, who's always welcome to participate, vocally. As for John Doe's meme, it says, "Be humble, never think you are better than anyone else," and gives the dust quotation that I've just articulated. When it comes to Adam, of course, that could take us on a whole theological lesson that we don't need to go into right now. The basics of it have been stated. Perhaps on a more personal level, there's a rather humorous oddity here. Growing up, my beloved legal father, the man who raised and guided me, the 3-war veteran, and actually veteran of a few more wars that weren't legally recognized, or at least not recognized in terms of benefits, like the China gunboat patrols that my father participated in before the legal declaration of World War II. You could consider that an in-theater conflict akin to Korea or Vietnam. At any rate, he did qualify for the medal, and my father was buried with no less than 14 medals and qualified for many more that I have never bothered to have awarded posthumously, because I'm not really motivated to do so at the present moment in time. And would have to have a lot more time on my hands in which to pursue that. I think that how would I say it? He'll be recognized enough given time in history. But while he was growing up, he and all his Catholic classmates loved Ash Wednesday. They all hoped that the priest would make a huge sign of the cross on their foreheads with so much ash that it would last the entire day. They were proud of their ashes, and if they had to wash their faces, they would make sure that they did not wash their foreheads, the ashes being sacrosanct. But it is not only children who were proud of their ashes, but the adults whom they were emulating, because the adults, having received their ashes, went back to work or back home, proudly wearing their ashes for all to see. The irony is that what is supposed to be a sign of sinfulness, repentance, and humility became a badge of pride. But I don't personally think that this is entirely bad, for we're all thereby proudly bearing witness to the world that all human beings are Adam's sinful children. Metaphorically, we all are Adam's children, despite what I've just articulated, because Adam essentially graced us or cursed us with civilization. And we are all in need of redemption. Well, that forces me down another rabbit hole, doesn't it? Ironically enough, I had to explain all of this to the individual, Sandra Gerlach, or Sandy Gerlach, as she called herself. She has actually a Black African Kenyan name that she provided as well, which I don't consciously remember and would have to look up. Would be happy to do so just to diss her sometime on record again. But that particular bitch I had to give an entire theological lesson to, because she was just theoretically there to learn, but practically there to waste my time. But when I was explaining, of course, the evolution in the scientific sense of man as understood in the conventional anthropological sense as sourcing from where this bitch came from, Kenya in Africa, then I had to explain that these humans existed before Adam, whereas Adam was someone who then cursed humanity with the fall via the agriculture. This is something that creates not just a state of, shall we say, it's basically a state of mind. That's the fall from Eden. Eden was a state of grace in which we existed in a form of timelessness when we lived by the seasons. We were hunter-gatherers. And in hunter-gathering society, you follow the herd, and you follow the growth of vegetables. Primarily what you can pick. Overwhelmingly, anthropologists will generally state that, barring exceptions, which are not that exceptional, all men are hunters and all women are gatherers. All you need to do is look at them shop. Men go into a store and they know what they want. They go and get it. And they walk out as fast as they fucking can. Women will walk into a store and that's where the narrative ends, because they never leave. That's the general stereotype based on our ancestors and their patterns as kind of what their gender most suits them for. That's not sexism. That's just gender realism. Women have evolved to look around and get taken in by the environment and gather, whereas men have evolved to hunt. That's why we have penises, because once the blood goes down in there, we're focused, and all of our attention is focused on getting that need taken care of. And we usually hunt to get that need taken care of. It's kind of like a cycle that men are just they're trying to stick something in something, whether they're hunting animals with a spear or woman with a prick. It's kind of like evolution has its limits. Well, all of that being said, when it comes to reality, yes, anthropologically, it has been discovered, archaeologically, as well that there were woman hunters. Certainly, we know from the Native American experience, there were male gatherers. All of this is not to, in any way, shape, or form, detract from the stereotype that has its roots in reality of all men as hunters and all females as gatherers. But Adam fucked that up. So leave it to a white guy, right? At any rate, they were called Adam. That was his people, which means red, because they all had that blushing capacity that none of the other ethnicities had, and they worked with red soil in their area of the Caucasus Mountains, from where the very word Caucasian comes from. And this is all indisputable in that area of the Black Sea where the original farming started. It expanded into that Black Sea region, which was at that time a very expansive, shallow, very deep valley. It was a very deep valley, but it was shallow if it were under the ocean, which it was not until the Mediterranean geophysical barriers collapsed and the Mediterranean flooded in 3,500 years ago. And that's when we had the expansion of agriculture into, it expanded to the rest of humanity because basically the Noachic flood occurred at that time. And the individual known as Noah helped to expand through his children the science of agriculture. And that bound us all to time. Matter of fact, it was Korzybski, the Polish artillery officer, who developed that term, time binding. Time binding disambiguates the hunter-gatherer from the agriculturalist. The hunter-gatherer does not have the same concept of time. Tribes in the Amazon, who are hunter-gatherers, do not have the same concept of time that anybody else has outside of that environment. Pygmies that live in the heart of the Congo do not have that same concept of time. They live eternally in the present moment. They have no seasons. There's no seasons of note as we discern them in the Amazon rainforest or in the Congo. So tribes that live in areas like that or on those Andaman Islands in off the coast of Myanmar, even though they belong to India, all fucked up by the British Raj as it was. The Indians got awarded those islands when they're right off the border of Myanmar. Go figure. But, that's some of the most isolated tribes in the world, wherever they are, they don't think like you and I. Their entire perception of time is timeless. But when you start growing shit, when you start growing food, then you've got to start measuring time. By the way, great input here from our friend Brendan Zoget. He points out indisputable etymological evidence to verify and vindicate everything I'm saying. He speaks of the concept of faux melanin. Faux melanin. Think of a portmanteau of phenomenon, or no, that wouldn't do it. Photis, like fetus, and melanin. Faux melanin. Of course, photis is spelled Phoetus originally. That got bastardized into fetus with an F. So, faux melanin or pheomelanin, there's variance in spelling. It's a reddish yellow sulfur containing melanin pigment formed in the presence of cysteine. In people with dark brown or black hair, the faux melanin is effectively masked by the darker eumelanin. The marked spectrum of color and diversity of patterns in mammals arises unexpectedly from variation in the quantity, quality, and regional distribution of just two types of pigment, black eumelanin and yellow pheomelanin. So think of this as kind of like primary colors and the combinations of blacks and yellows, or the Negroids and the Mongoloids who existed before Caucasians. Think of a hybridization of the twain. The red melanin of Adam Man is faux melanin. Ibn Adamai. That's an Arabic phrase meaning son of Adam, commonly used to signify a human being, person, or all mankind, but it's derived from the first human in Islamic tradition, implying mortality and humanity. It's frequently used in literature, poetry, and religious contexts to refer to humanity as a whole. By the way, all of this is rendered articulable thanks to the contributions of Brendan Sogate. Now, all of that having been articulated, understand that when you start farming, then you have to have a concept of growing seasons. You basically have to stay put, and when you stay put in one place to grow food, you become slave circuited to the land, and you become excruciatingly aware of time, just like a prisoner who's marking time. That's a very negative way of looking at it, but it's also very realistic. You are a prisoner of plants. You are now, as a farmer, you are a prisoner of the plant world, and you are harvesting based on when to plant and when to harvest. So your entire life becomes slave circuited, and guess what? You develop calendars, which one thing in common with the people of the indigenous populations of the world, well, calendars were never really their thing. Granted, there were exceptional indigenous empires that developed ways of time-telling, astronomy, and of course, their histories were recorded in unique methodologies other than oral at times, like with the Inca, who developed a knotted cord method of communications that would be comparable to our writing system. It was all knotted cords that were used. And anthropologists and archaeologists have only recently been able to decipher, with the help of indigenous peoples in the Andes, what these knotted cords mean. All of this is incredibly important and needs to be stated, but yeah, in general, you only have oral histories with indigenous populations. They do not slave circuit via a chronometry, meaning a measurement of time. By the way, Matthew Bush says, my dermatologist told me that all races blush or flush in the face. I didn't want to disagree. By the way, dear Matthew Bush, your dermatologist is quite right. The issue is one of discernibility. It's rather, yes, you can see a black man blush, but you've got to be really looking. And you can see Asians flush by giving them alcohol. A lot of Asians are like American Indians. Asians and American Indians are of the same gene stock, so a lot of Asians will flush when they drink. They develop a red flush, and so it's more of a flush than a blush. That's the difference when it comes to the colored races. But as for unless you're like a dermatologist, however, and you just say, oh, I can discern a nuanced change in the individual's complexion to even themselves, just like Asians, they'll never admit this, but East Asians actually can at times have a hard time telling each other apart. There is if in context or certain cultural expressions or manners of movement are taken into account, Asians can immediately tell each other apart. But without a convergence of factors where Asians just meet and neither one of them has had a chance to move or express themselves, like they just run into each other coming around a corner, they probably would take a little bit of time before they could identify the ethnicity or nationality of the other Asian. So that being put into context, it's the same way with blushing. They may be able to tell each other, oh, he's flushed, he's been drinking. Your average person outside of that culture probably would not notice, other than by a change of behavior. So all of this, of course, can get rather turgid and detailed, but I think I've explained the basic points that need to be understood. So all of that having been said, let's just say Ash Wednesday is when our ashes become billboards of evangelization of a sort, a means of proclaiming the gospel. Thus, Ash Wednesday contains within it a looking forward to Holy Week and Easter. Only through the Christ's sacrificial death could our sins be forgiven, and only in his resurrection cometh new life, or the newness of life. St. Paul was never signed with ashes, but he too recognized that we were of the sinful race of Adam in need of being recreated. And yes, no matter what our ethnicity, if we come from a civilization, we come from an agriculture. By that, it's a combination of the word culture itself and agrarian. If we come from any civilization, of any ethnicity, we are of an agriculture, meaning a culture produced by growing plants to harvest. And that means that we are all children of the fallen Adam in that sense, because it was Adam who gifted the rest of humanity with agriculture, or rather cursed it with such. His righteous son, Seth, the righteous third son of Adam, who did as he was told and didn't get killed or wind up killing someone else, ultimately went to, well, find a bride in Asia. And when he went into Asia, he spread, well, the curse of agriculture with him. And China became the most acculturated society on earth. The original agriculture, based on the teachings of Seth, the righteous third son of Adam. Oh, by the way, we've got beautiful photographs of the knotted cords from the Inca civilization from our dear friend, John Doe, Mr. T. Tankberry. And by the way, Samuel Romero said, this true had a Pakistani co-worker that looked like a chick from Chinchichong, but was not Raza. Laugh out loud. Yes, I get it. By Raza, he means of the race of Aztlan. Aztlan, of course, being the north of Mexico. For those of you who do not know, the Chicano are Aztlano, or kind of they're kind of retracing the original Mexico, which was from more of the Anasazi or Pueblo region of America, and later relocated to Mexico in Tenochtitlan. At any rate, all such being taken into account. At any rate, when it comes to St. Paul, in condemning those who denied a resurrection, he forthrightly declared its soteriological importance. The soteriology is the theological study of salvation. Ergo, our first body may have been perishable, but that is not now the case. Or to say it biblically, thus it is written, the first man, Adam, became a living being. Now, he's called the first man, for those of you who are already writing me notes about it is biblical. Bible say he's the first. No, he's the first sapient man, and therefore the first man as we understand man, because his brain began to change. At that point, the brain is no longer that of an indigenous survivalist. It's not someone who's living by the seasons and following the herd, or just picking ripe fruit that falls on the ground every day, like some tribes literally do in the Amazon. Rather, the last Adam became a life-giving spirit in the sense of our knowingness as we understand it today, indigenous people are, in a very real sense, not self-aware in the sense that we are, because they're not aware of themselves other than in the present moment. They do know they are mortal. They do know that they die. But there's less of a sense of apocalypticism that sapient people have who can conceive of an end, because they're on a chronometric timeline. Now, certain indigenous people have a cosmology. Well, they all have cosmologies. And certain indigenous peoples have cosmologies that do predict time or cycles. But understand, these usually are cultures that have developed an agriculture. So that means the Hopi or the Anasazi, these Pueblo cultures, had organized the ability to build pueblos on their necessity to harvest what crops they could in the kind of environment that they had. That's why the Caucasians who encountered them on the frontier literally called them, quote unquote, stupid dirt farmers in their derogatory interpretation of what they were seeing. Just understand that as well. It's not spiritual which is first, but the physical, and then the spiritual. The first man was of dust, so are those who are of the dust. The first man was from the earth, a man of dust. The second man is from heaven. As was the man of dust, so are those who are of dust. And as is the man of heaven, so are those who are of heaven. Just as we have borne the image of the man of dust, we shall bear the image of the man of heaven. I'm not on a philosophical tangent here. That's from the Bible itself. It's the first book of Corinthians, chapter 15, verses 45 through 47. With that, I'll check some of the incoming messages here. And here we are. Brendan Zoget says, yeah, 8 skiers died. Part of a 3-day trek in the Sierra Nevada. One more person still missing, but the efforts are refocusing on recovery rather than rescue. So yeah, sad. I caught wind of that earlier, but believe me, it's yeah. Well, I mean, I'm sorry, what the fuck were they doing? I mean, it's like, it just doesn't look like something a commonsensical person would do. I'm sorry, it's just not, what was on their minds. So, kind of going along with this thread, God breathed his life-giving breath into the first Adam, but the risen Jesus, the second Adam, has now breathed into the man of dust his life-giving spirit, thus making him heavenly. We may have been born in the image of the man of dust, but now we have been born anew in the image and likeness of the man from heaven. For as in Adam all die, so also in Christ shall all be made alive. We have become new creations in Christ. And Paul concludes that when the risen Jesus comes at the end of time, we will be transformed into his glorious likeness. For the trumpet will sound, and the dead will be raised imperishable, and we shall be changed. For the perishable nature must be put on the imperishable, and this mortal nature must be put on immortality. When the perishable puts on the imperishable, and the mortal puts on immortality, then shall cometh to pass the saying that is written, death is swallowed up in victory. O death, where is your victory? O death, where is thy sting? But thanks to God, who giveth us the victory through our Lord Jesus Christ. That's chapter 15, verses 52 through 57. Again, first book of Corinthians. And with the jubilant sound of the trumpet, those whose bodies have returned to dust will rise and take on imperishability, and their mortal nature will become as immortal. Death's cry of victory will be swallowed up, and no longer will death be victorious. Then risen humankind will give his thanks unto God, for it has been saved through the Christ, the Father's crucified and risen incarnate Son. So today, Ash Wednesday, let us not be aware not only that we are dust and to dust we shall return, but let us also look forward throughout the course of Lent to Good Friday and Easter Sunday. In the first Adam, we may have sinned and so died, but in the second Adam, we have been forgiven and have come us back to life, the dust of our mortality having been gloriously transformed into the likeness of the risen Christ. For it is in him that we abide, both now on earth and forever in the heavens. How's that for a little preachiness there? With that, I'll provide a link for everyone on just the meaning of ashes on Ash Wednesday, since I'm still getting questions from that are either trolling or people who are earnest, asking as to why Catholics smear their foreheads. And, it's a legitimate enough question. I'll just take it as in the most positive sense. And with that, there we are, the meaning of Ash Wednesday and our call as well. From there, going forward to, Asian Lunar New Year. We've got a few things to cover that are signs of hopefulness amidst all of that preachiness that I've just indulged in. First, I'm going to check as to other messages sent from our dear Brendan, who sent a lot of great images of hot-looking chicks that are kind of a morale booster at the start of the show, and they also act as kind of a ward against all evil, such being taken into account. On a shout out to Brooke Hagberg, our Canadian contributor, who has an auto payment account in which she graces me with 100 United States dollars a month. Let it be known, with that in mind, that the 21-year-old Canadian volunteer combat medic, known by the call sign Cooper, I will not release his private name for the sake of his personal security. There is a price on his head issued by Vladimir Putin himself, who saved over 500 brothers in arms before stepping on a Russian landmine while fighting with Ukraine's Kartia Corps. He had to crawl to safety while bleeding profusely. Even while recovering from amputation now, he plans to return to battle. His is just one of the stories of foreigners fighting on behalf of Ukraine, an effort that has thus far cost at least 20 Canadian lives that I know of.
Hey, Doug, I just got here. I had a couple comments about what you've been saying. I've been listening for a little bit.
Wonderful.
Can I get them in?
Please.
All
by
right.
all means.
All right. I tell you what, I think those fire nados are sentient.
Yes. Yes. Definitely.
And even Native American tribes out there in Kansas in that Tornado Alley recognized your regular old tornadoes. Definitely are.
Yes.
And they did ceremonies to appease them.
Yes.
But not to worship them.
Incredible. Thank you for sharing that. Very important.
Yes. So they're thought to be an American jinn.
Yes.
A North American jinn.
Yes. Absolutely.
Crazy.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Terrifying.
And wondrous. Thank you so much for that. And continue. Anything else on your mind, by all means, cut loose. And say hello to Aaron.
Oh, yeah.
And everybody else.
One thing first. The book religions, the three of them, are all first and foremost apocalyptic.
Yes.
It's what they're based on.
Yes.
But what you were saying with the indigenous religions, it is possible to be born and never know anything but a spirituality that doesn't have that end of the world thing as it's one of its fundamental tenets. Yes. And so as far as I've ever been exposed to, I don't even think Buddhism has it.
Oh, well, we'd have to get into that.
Yeah, because there's lots of kinds of Buddhism, for sure.
I'll get into that. Forgive me, I don't usually
and
chew,
we don't have to dwell on it tonight.
I want you to keep talking so I can chew. I'm putting one of
Okay.
those little sausage bits in my mouth. I'm so sorry.
Okay, put that sausage in there. And so
That sounds
the thing
obscene.
about
Thank you for that image. Yeah.
man being, oh, I didn't even mean it like that. I would have said pizza. Don't choke, it'll come out your nose.
Yeah.
You don't want that.
Yeah.
All right, so this will take a little second. The thing about man being raised from mud is fascinating. Dust, if you will, mud. By the way, I had a great teacher for a long time who was a Catholic priest, but not so much Roman. And he used Mount St. Helen ashes.
Oh, wow.
For the Ash Wednesday ceremony. And that's what I would say to the writer from before, the answer to his question. Catholics kept the voodoo.
Yes.
You do stuff like that. I mean, transmute and transform shit, and you get to worship a lady. They kept the freaky. And that's what I admire about it, really.
Of course. Without all of that, it would just be bland.
Oh, well, Protestants got nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Thank you.
Only thing Protestants got is you're doing something right if you're rich.
Yeah.
Ain't no charity.
Indeed. Yes.
Okay, now, okay. But the thing, man being raised from mud is so fascinating, dust. And I go more with the Sophia story. But supposedly she did the same thing, raised up man from the dust.
Oh, tell us about Sophia.
I don't know. It's the kind of Catholicism kind of before Rome. And I studied this stuff a long time ago, so my memory is sketch. But you got the pleroma that was a void, and 12 sentient beings in a row. And the last one was Sophia at the end of the row. Christ was the next one, Christo. But somehow she got separated from the group and went drifting through the pleroma. And there's something to do with Abraxas here, but I never could quite grasp it.
Wow.
But she goes to drifting and starts freaking out.
But was Abraxas considered demonic in that context? That would be the major question.
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. Fearsome anyway. Fearsome. But she gets to convulsing without the input of the other half, the male, if you will, and forms this world and raises creatures up in her anguish from the mud that are now walking around. And so she's full of despair. Here, this twisted, broken thing is made. And somehow the Christ finds her, takes her hand, and goes to snatch her back out of there. And at the last minute, she turns with her magical wand and gives those mud people consciousness. Boom.
Wow.
And that was the start. But a whole different story. In terms of this one, I think it's fast.
Oh, you glitched.
Comes up. But again, drawing the man from dust.
Okay.
How self-aware was that original man? That's where it gets questionable, because then if you get in the whole Garden of Eden thing, it's almost like they weren't self-aware until Eve did the bad thing, and then they got horribly punished for it. So did they get a glimpse of self-awareness and then was taken from them, and that was being thrown out of the garden? And then to go on in kind of a hive mind state.
Yes.
For a long time with the totally bicameral brain. No self-concept. And then jump all the way up to the Tower of Babel and that could have been a parable of some kind of weird liberating event that forced people out of just glossolalia, into forming new, that whatever ancient nerve center that Babel was, into new patterns of grouping together and being separated out in groups remotely, and that was the start of language. And with language, you've got I consciousness.
Explain that.
Self-consciousness.
Got it.
Well, you got to have some kind of grasp. And to speak, I don't know. It's different than the whole alphabetic thing, but I would think that would force, if a society is shattered and its bonds are broken and cast to the winds, it would be hard to maintain a hive mind.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So maybe necessity forced something of that. But now all the way we go till now, and we got this big fat corpus callosum, and all we think about is ourselves all the time, constantly. So I just don't know.
It's a profound transition from the time that the collapse of the old way of thinking that we had, which I said Heather because Heather tells us that she has something to contribute to the North American Native thing in a minute. So hopefully she'll be joining us soon. We look forward to that.
Absolutely.
But what Holly has brought up is such a incredible amount of different points to be pursued. As she knows, of course, she's bringing them up as just, isn't this an incredible amount of profound things to dwell upon? That
no, just a toss off, because I want to get to Ukraine.
No, thank you. I mean, we will get there tonight. I mean, we will get there. No worries. Right. We'll get there. But let's put it this way. I do want people to understand that these are like items that have to be taken. How would I say it? This is almost an 18-hour college course just to get a general outline of the connection between the Tower of Babel, the Great Pyramids, and of course the bicameral mind. And we've often talked about the bicameral mind, which of course is controversial only in the sense that people will get very violent about denying it, just like they get violent about the aquatic ape theory. Which I also espouse. Yes, you're the only other one I know that ever heard of. But you know who else espoused it? Do you know who else espoused it? No. The guy who did the animal voice. Everybody loved his voice. The British guy who did all the nature. He did all the Attenborough. David Attenborough. Sir David Attenborough espoused the aquatic ape theory. Yes, she was a smart lady. Yes. That wrote that book. I can't consciously remember her name at the moment. Help me. Me neither. I have no idea. You just got to know the book title. Yeah. Just look up the book title, Aquatic Ape. Yeah. And believe me, all the conventional anthropologists just go into paroxysms of rage when you bring that up. Yes, but whatever you do, dive into it because it's the right thing to do, and you won't regret it. Your life will change, just as if you read the bicameral mind. And Julian James. I'm mad for the work of Dr. Leonard Schlein. Tell us about this. And he wrote Alphabet versus the Goddess. Okay, tell us about this. About he was a neurologist and a brain surgeon and a crazy smart guy, and so he goes to tour the cathedrals of Europe on a vacation. And he scratches his head by the end because every single one of them was on a destroyed goddess worshipping site. So that leads him into all this whole thing, and I don't want to screw it up right now.
about the brain and the bicamerality of it. And the fact, and this is a crazy fun fact just off the side, get this. The human brain is considered ultimately to be limited by its volume. The bigger it is, the smarter you could be. There's only one thing that limits that, and that's the female pelvic aperture.
Ah,
Because if it was any bigger, she'd have to walk on all fours.
yes. Yes.
How about that? So anyway, he says one half of the brain developed so that it developed its nurturing qualities and all the more creative stuff, the yin, the yang, if you will, and the other side is highly developed for killing, because we have no natural defenses.
Yeah.
Surviving. So, mothers care about their kids when they're 40. Horses don't do that. You know what I mean? We have an endless capacity for love and compassion, and just as strong a one on the other side of the brain for survival and killing, because it's all about killing, ultimately, even vegetarianism.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
I'm so glad you understand that. I'm so glad you understand that. But go on.
Yeah. It's one of the curses humanity bears. We must kill to live.
Well, all life suffers that curse, if you consider
Indeed.
it such. But go on.
Yeah, it's an earthly curse. Yeah. He goes on to say that in another book, men hunt because it's the women that need the meat. Because no other animal bleeds so much.
Cool.
Yeah. All the others are like once a year or 2 or 3. Because of the loss of blood.
That is
without death.
Yeah, continue. Yes.
We have over the millennium have required that. So that's all kind of another awful fun fact. But anyway, to wrap this up, he claims that with the bringing in of the typewriter and engaging both hands in writing and creating, it made a renaissance in a lot of progressive, save the earth and save the whales and all that, because it made both sides kind of work together. But the thing is, the right side of the brain doesn't process language. Oh yeah, so this is the whole point. It's the kill side of the brain that you have to have to process an alphabet. 3,000 hieroglyphics, forget about it. But for an alphabet that everybody can pretty easily learn, that activates the violent side of the mind. So you have, when in illiterate societies, nobody kills each other. The more literate the society, the more warlike.
Yeah, because they have to organize. That's right. Yeah, go on.
And it blew my mind. Yeah, you got to follow those squiggles across the page. You've got to kind of militarize your thinking just from literacy. And the other side likes TV. It wants to see and talk in pictures. And Terence McKenna used to go on about this. Someday we'll all just communicate in pictures. And we see that happening because less and less people are literate. With signage and everything. And, nobody's got time to read a book. It's all bang, bang, bang.
By the way, before Heather speaks a word and I forget everything, first off, Heather sent us this meme with a quote by Paracelsus, the great alchemist.
Very good.
Yes, the human body is vapor materialized by sunshine mixed with the life of the stars. I love the quote. I hate the image on the meme. What the fuck is a garden gnome got to do with any of that?
That is my grandma. My great grandma painted that.
Yeah.
That's cute.
That's a good gnome.
Okay, that's cute. Heather, you're so adorable. It's I
that was in 2010. I had to go on Facebook and find it because I couldn't remember how to spell Paracelsus.
Okay, Paracelsus, honey. but that's okay. That's fine.
It is a nice saying.
Yeah. By the way, before I forget, like I said, before it all dribbles out of my ears, one of the things that our dear Holly brought up about the killing and the and everything else. Thank God we've got all of that on record. I recommend everybody replay that half a dozen times to all your friends. Everything that Holly went over, but important to that is a book titled The Wise Wound. So there's a book I recommend to every woman that is titled The Wise Wound, which is all about menstruation, okay? And it's in the most anthropological and sociological sense. So it covers much of the phenomenon which you're talking about was because, the bitch is bleeding so fucking much. The guy has to go out and kill things for her to eat, to replenish her, which puts her almost on the level of a vampire, which is, a misogynist could take that and run with it in a negative sense, but I, of course, adore the image.
Hardcore carnivore, cannibal.
Yeah, well, not cannibal, but that's, but hardcore carnivore. I mean, obviously, to someone like Brendan Zogan, a militant vegan, all carnivorism is cannibalism. But, but he's still eating plants, which you've got to admit, all plants, that's a lot of killing, including involving killing animals that take your plants when you're harvesting them, which is what Holly was pointing out, that an agrarian society becomes more militarized, winds up killing, all kinds of animals they're not even eating just to keep these animals from killing their plants. Get it? Yeah. So,
and the pesticides and
pesticides, as we get more industrialized. Yes, that's right. I mean, and we can go on and on with this. Again,
that's the thing. I mean, when you're on the earth, you're going to get dirty.
Yeah.
Purity isn't my thing. I'm here to get dirty. I was raised from the earth, and I got it. I have these existential burdens, if you will.
Yeah.
With everybody else.
Well,
so purity, not so much.
Got it. So, say hi to Heather.
We're gonna sin.
Yeah, there we are. Yeah. So, Heather, welcome aboard. Say hi to everyone, including our listeners, and tell us what's on your mind.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Brendan, Aristides, and Holly, and Douglas.
Hi.
And
hi,
Tank Berry. Hi. When you were talking about
by the way, you made
something about the lightning.
You made T Tank Berry lose 15 grand by getting him on TikTok. That's okay. We're not blaming you. He doesn't blame you. He wound up running across some chick who fucking,
romance scam.
Oh, I'm not even gonna relay the story. Just who talked him into Bitcoin. Talked him into Bitcoin. After I told everyone, don't do Bitcoin. How many times? How many years?
Okay, I'm telling all of the listening audience right now, and I'm so sorry that it happened, but never, ever do anything on WhatsApp.
Thank you, honey. Thank you.
Yeah. By the way, I'm sorry.
Wait, what's that got to do with it?
It's just people who use WhatsApp are going to try to scam you.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. And by the way,
is that right? Interesting.
I don't know anything legitimate that's ever happened there when using that communication thing.
Hence all that fancy encryption.
Yeah. And by the way, T Tank Berry says that when you're walking through the graveyards, he hears people in the background having sex. It's really weird. He hears sex noises in the background when you're walking through the graveyard.
He does, for real?
Yeah.
Well, I've recorded him before, and it wasn't. I didn't hear it regular, but yeah, weird, huh?
Yeah, you've got that.
Is
energy,
there bushes?
Yeah, is there bushes? Say it again.
That's cactus country.
You know what? I never thought it was sex sounds. I thought it was like a bucket of squishing, something squishing in a bucket, like a wet blanket or something.
Fucking Christ!
What the hell?
This is. Oh my fucking God. Heather, you're something else. You cross the borders between worlds, Heather. You like.
Can you hear this? Like right now, I mean, this has been happening. It's kind of rainy here, and it went away. But when it comes back, I'll let you try to hear it.
Okay.
This morning when I was sleeping, it was like 6 o'clock in the morning. The sun was just coming out, and I hear, and it started actually last night. We hear this plane go by. I go, well, that sounds like a really big plane. I go, what is it circling around us? Because it's not going anywhere. It's just, it's like the same sound, and it doesn't go or travel or anything, And that made me think of the Thunderbird, but I think that the Thunderbird has a different kind of sound, like a flapping of the wings or something. It makes
Well, they weren't
tremble.
stationary.
Mhm.
They had to go forward.
Right. Was there somebody
the
else who...
thing
I'm sorry, go on,
is
Heather.
the thing is this morning when it's come and go. It's been coming and going for the last 48 hours, and this morning it woke me up, and it was so loud it was rattling the windows.
Wow. It's yeah.
I don't go outside to look because I know I'm not going to see anything, but it's not a plane.
It may be best that you don't go outside to look whether you're going to see anything or not.
Yeah. But it's something that we hear all the time here. It's like I can't describe it. I guess I would describe it as a UFO, but I'm not going to.
That's so cute. Yeah, I wouldn't be offended if you did. But
you look up and there's no plane there.
Uh-huh.
I mean, you hear the noise and there's no plane.
Yeah. By the way, I do want people to know, again, before it dribbles out of my ears, I am well aware of President Obama, what he said. I'm hoping everyone is also well aware of the fact that he had to go back and qualify what he said, which people thought was a retraction of what he said, but it is not. Okay, does anyone know what I'm talking about?
No.
That's cute.
I want to hear
really
it.
cute.
I have one crazy plane story, though.
Oh, you want to share that first? Go ahead.
Yeah, but I don't want to forget the Obama. Okay.
I won't forget it.
Okay,
Yeah.
you won't forget.
No.
It's in the middle of the night. I'm dead asleep, mercifully. And all of a sudden, pretend I'm in the middle of a circle that's half a mile across in all directions. I wake up to a frenzy of dog barking. And then I hear this low, deep, slow rumble.
Humming or like a machine.
Humming.
Yeah.
That flew like exactly over my apartment.
Here it comes. Here it comes again. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, can we hear it?
It'll keep coming and going. Go ahead and finish.
All right. And I never heard anything like that in my life between the plane and what the dogs were doing, which made it really crazy. And
I
they
think the world
went
does a good
wild. It was a frenzy.
Yeah.
It was terror.
Here it
panic.
goes. Listen, here it goes.
Okay.
I'm gonna go outside.
Okay.
Can you hear it?
No.
Not too good, no. Damn it. I believe you, though. And then it passed, and it took a while, but they all finally settled down. And I couldn't get out there in time to look up, but I will never forget that as long as I live. And it only happened once in 30 years.
Wow.
Were there lights?
So who the hell knows? It's a mystery. That's my mysterious plane story.
Did you hear Heather's question?
Oh, say again, Heather?
Were there lights?
I didn't get out there. I was flat on my back in the bed.
Well, I mean, that doesn't mean
happened.
that lights can't come in. What I believe what Heather was referring to was whether or not any light came through the window, or are you sleeping?
Like, was there flashing light that woke you up or something?
Not that I noticed. No, not that I have curtains. And I'm under somebody else's porch, so I don't get much light like that. But I just have always regretted not hauling ass out there and looking up.
Don't regret it.
But I didn't do it.
Don't regret it. There's a reason you didn't do it.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Yeah.
There's some eclipses and stuff like that where I just don't want to be there.
Yeah. And so in terms of Obama, so basically what happened was Obama was being interviewed recently and said, yeah, there's aliens, because he was asked about aliens.
Yeah.
Aliens are real. They're not at Area 51. there's not any alien bodies at Area 51. Then the
comes again.
everything. I'm sorry, what's that, honey? Heather?
Here it comes again.
Um,
It's like a churning, the sky is like there's a machine or something that's churning.
Jesus. Anything's possible in Arizona.
yeah, no shit. Look at where you're at. But such having been ascertained, so the internet went into a frenzy based on what Obama said, and Obama had to basically qualify what he said by saying he's never personally seen any evidence of extraterrestrials. So everybody understand this fits in line exactly with everything I've always exposed about what the government knows and how it presents itself. What happened was Obama, as he gets older and stops giving a shit, and he's of course been president and has been basically briefed on a number of factors that the average American is not well aware of, basically was saying that in a manner that nobody could get, but which he thought would probably just be understood. He said, yeah, there's aliens. And he meant, well, the United States government declared all Japanese and Axis ethnicities, just ethno-nationalities, meaning entire cultures that have a race or a breeding behind them, to be enemy aliens. And that's why he said, when he said it, their bodies aren't found at Area 51. Meaning that the bodies are not what people think they are. These are dead enemy aliens or enemy aliens that are considered enemies by the United States.
Yeah, they're Japanese.
Or the 1,000-year Reich in exile, because Germans and Italians and other ethnicities were put in internment camps unknown to many Americans. And so he's saying this, and once he qualified it, he probably felt, because he's lost in a presidential or executive state of mind or memory, that would suffice. Of course, everybody ran with it in the most ignorant fashion, and that's why he had to come back and say, look, I have never seen evidence of extraterrestrials. Now, everybody is just further confused by this and discombobulated, thinking that he's somehow walking back on what he said. But he's not. He's simply further qualifying what he said, but he feels compelled, I believe, by security demands not to go further than what he's already said. So he's just
hell.
Yeah.
The brave ICE agents are battling to save us from aliens in Minneapolis right now.
Yes.
Thank God they were taking over.
You explained
Right?
to everyone, of course, you were being facetious, that you don't really...
As facetious as can be.
Yes.
But I wondered if that was like, if I was in the room with them.
Mhm.
He's like, yeah, they're all in Minneapolis.
Yeah.
Fuckers.
That, you know what? He probably was going to say that, and just
Something, some nuance.
Yeah, and then just
sophisticated humor.
Yeah, and then caught himself. And kind of
maybe. Fucker.
Felt back on, there's aliens. They're not in Area 51. He probably was alluding to just that. Does that make sense? And
calm down. ICE is going to save you.
Yeah. Though I don't think he meant it that way.
No.
I would like to think he didn't mean it that way, but then again, it's Obama. You don't really fucking know.
No, you don't.
Yeah,
but I think he's more humane than that.
I mean, we'd all like to think that. It's really hard to tell. Yeah.
We would.
Yeah. Honestly, whatever the case may be, obviously he's infinitely preferable to the creature we've got in the White House now. But such having been said, okay, there's that. And when it comes to apocalypticism and Buddhism, so just so everyone understands, that basically, when you think of apocalyptic Buddhism, most people are going to think of the Om Shinrikyo cult. That would probably be emblematic to most people, if they think of it at all, of a vision of Armageddon that is part of some schismatic Buddhist sect, but that's really not the case. Actually, the cult of Aum Shinrikyo, Aum being more correctly pronounced like Yomu in the Japanese, actually it would be the correct pronunciation from the Sanskrit, really, because the Yomu Shinrikyo cult was what you would call a cult that took the Pali Sanskrit and they took it to heart, but then hybridized it. So they're not really Buddhist. So they're not really an example of Buddhist theology. But the overwhelming majority of Westerners have no understanding that apocalyptic elements really are intrinsic to Buddhism. I mean, baseline Buddhism. So just understand that according to the view of cosmic history that's held in almost all Buddhist countries, the period following the death of the Samyaksambuddha, or the Siddhartha Gautama, the singularly enlightened Siddhartha Gautama, or the Bodhi Shakyamuni, the chakra awakened, following the death of Buddha. Okay. Yeah, deceased.
That Buddha.
Yeah, deceased the Buddha. Yeah, deceased between 400 to about 411 years, through to about 480 years prior our Common Era. Everything after that on our chronometry is divisible into the 3 ages of Buddhism and potentially a 4th post-historical age of enlightenment. That would be somewhat similar to the, of all things. And it's not a invalid analogy. Understand that Buddhism is, at essence, in its original form, a atheism. It's an atheistic philosophy, not a religion, but was turned, or rather mutated, into a theistic religion as it spread and disseminated into China. And for that reason, if it weren't for its signification, if it weren't for the Chinese deifying the Buddha, the message never would have fucking spread. Because the way the Indians perceived him, he was just this Aryan warrior dude who developed an idea that nobody in Asian India, his land of birth, ever follows. It's like they're Hindus, dude. They're all pantheistic. They're all like worshiping multiple gods, which Buddha was saying, hey people, you gotta outgrow this and overcome the need for all of these deities, overcome the need for deification itself, which ironically his word never would have gotten out if he hadn't been deified. That's the
same with Jesus.
Yeah, paradox of all of this. At any rate, the first 2 ages are, in Buddhism, the age of right dharma, or sadharma in the Sanskrit. Basically, in Chinese, as I grew up with it, it would be Jiangfa. The Hanyu language, the common ethnic language of both island and mainland China, would have it as Jiangfa. But in Nihongo, or the Japanese, it is Shobo, the age of the true law. And then you have Pratirupadharma. That would be in the Sanskrit. In the Chinese, it would be Jiangfa. In the Japanese, it would be Zobo. This would be the age of the facsimile law. In other words, the age of the facsimile law would be the age of semblance dharma. And that's followed by the age of dharma decline. This would be the Pashima dharma. And the Pashima dharma in the Chinese would be, well, it would be essentially the same as in the Japanese, really. Mappo. The latter day of the law. That's the degenerate third age, which we're in, when people become lawless and forget the Buddha's teachings. Now, traditionally, this age was supposed to begin 12 millennia, 12,000 years after Bodhi Shakyamuni's or the Shakyamuni Buddha's passing, and last for 10,000 years. Now, temporally to be disambiguated from temporarily meaning on the chronometry, on the linear concept of our timeline, this age of anxiety in Japanese history commences with, the mid-11th century. The specific fear being that society had entered, or was about to enter, Mappo, the latter day of the law. And by Nipponjin, or the Japanese people's calculations, the third age of Mappo commenced in 1055 of the Commonal era. And this anxiety over Mappo shaped many aspects of medieval Japanese culture and served as a catalyst for the growth and renewal of Buddhism itself. Now, by the time of the 12th century, chaos and change overtook the 14,000 islands of the Greater Japanese Empire. The governmental organization changed dramatically. The economic structure began to shift. There were innumerable battles of varying sizes. There were a number of devastating natural disasters. There was little or no governmental control over much of the country for much of the time. All of this could not help but have an effect on the religious climate of the empire, and the climate of the age was viewed through apocalyptic Buddhism, which provided context in which the chaos of the century could be interpreted. This was known as Mappo anxiety. And Mappo anxiety continues to influence events in Japan today. During this degenerate third age, it is believed that people are unable to attain enlightenment through the word of Bodhi Shakyamuni, and society becomes morally corrupt. So in Buddhistic thought, the teachings of the Buddha are still correct during the age of Dharma decline, but people are no longer capable of following them. But Buddhistic temporal cosmology assumes a cyclical pattern of ages, and even when the current Buddha's teachings fall into disregard, a new Buddha will be born to ensure the continuity of Buddhism. A new period in which the true faith will flower again will be ushered in sometime in the future by the Bodhisattva, the Buddha to be, the Maitreya, or in the Japanese it would be Miroku, very similar to the word miracle. Now, this is where the danger emerges. This is where, just as in the Antichrist, you have the anti-Buddhas appear. This is what Shoko Asahara, the cult leader of Yomu Shinrikyo, manifested as an anti-Buddha who takes advantage of Mappo anxiety to try and attain ultimate power. He wanted to be the Japanese Cromwell, who would have executed his emperor and made himself the king of Japan. That is the danger of Mappo anxiety rendering people vulnerable to Mera, the Buddhist Satan. So people have to understand there's not too much difference between Buddhism and Christianity. You have a concept of Mera, the Buddhist Satan, the source of ultimate evil, the concept of an anti-Buddha, a parallel to the Antichrist, apocalypticism. It's really...
And predates, correct?
Oh, say that again, predates, or kind of articulate what you mean by that.
The book religions, does it predate all the three book religions?
Excellent question.
Or is it in between Hebrew and Catholic?
Okay, very good question. While I look that up, to give you a good visual on this, of course I'm going to
Because I had heard that Buddhism was intended to reform, if you will, And don't, please, no one be insulted by this, but so it came after Hinduism.
Yeah, well, Buddhism obviously came after Hinduism. Yeah,
For
that's
sure.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's of that there is no question.
Yeah.
But with that, we're going to look through.
But you said there were Buddhists before Christians, so it makes no surprise that it would have similar parallels like that.
By the way, I do encourage our dear is this from Heather Holman? Heather, did you enter these? The latest text? Aside from asking about Rico.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, so why don't you read these to us?
Okay. Let me get back to the chat.
Yeah.
It says, according to the Srimad Bhagavatam, Lord Buddha is the incarnation of Krishna. Even though he is God himself, he taught atheism and denied the authority of the Vedas because at that time the Indian population was twisting the Vedic injunctions to justify wide-scale cow slaughter. To stop them from their heinous sinful activities, he denied the Vedas and taught the principles of karma and nonviolence. And thus, a part of the divine plan paved the way for the future teachers who would bring back the Vedic culture in its original form. And so he promoted vegetarianism, and he started that in this age. So he was given that position.
Mm-hmm.
That's delightful, honey. That's so wonderful. The way you read that is beautiful. Your voice is beautiful. Is there a second text there you can read? I mean, don't you have another paragraph?
This assimilation is indicative of Hindu ambivalence towards Buddha and Buddhism, and there's also a tradition that there were two Buddhas, like you were saying. There's going to be another Buddha that comes up,
Right, right.
A light and dark one.
Yeah. Yes, yeah. Well, no. The eventually there will be a new Buddha who's the real thing, but this gives the opportunity for anti-Buddhas to insert themselves as well.
That's interesting because, and I know that the Jewish religion believes that there is a Messiah, but he hasn't been to Earth yet. So they're still waiting for the Messiah, like same kind of thing, but different.
Yes, waiting. Because Yahweh would never come down and fuck a human woman.
But that's what he did. But that's what he did. That's how
what it comes down to.
Yeah.
They don't accept that. That's the difference.
You mean the Jewish? The Jewish culture. Yeah. Yes. There we go. Continue. Yes. Say what your full thought. Articulate your full thought. Articulate that thought.
Well, I mean, they do have a Shekinah. Which is little acknowledged, except by more hippie, heretical, cool Jews.
By the way, just to clarify, Holly said Shekinah, and that might be a correct pronunciation in some dialects, but probably best to say Shekinah, just so people don't confuse it with Kachina.
True.
Yes, which, by the way, people might notice the Hopi, as I said, are an indigenous people who, because of agriculture, and they did have agriculture, do have a cosmology that's profoundly apocalyptic and cyclical in nature.
As do Navajo.
Yes. And so what I'm going to do now is do a screen share. And here we are with the screen share. And this is like, we have actually my favorite charts, which everyone who's on Team Dietrich has seen before. And but we probably the two charts that matter most, well, would be I guess the only one that would matter most would be the chronometry of religion. So what we do is we turn here to our trusty chronometry of religion. And
that's amazing. I want to own that.
Oh well, honey, thank God. Well, have I not sent you this online? I'll send it to you.
Yeah, okay. I need to have it on the wall.
Yeah, well, I mean, I have the original copies. I have, or 3 copies that were printed out. Yeah. They shouldn't be impossible to find, but of course they would be expensive. Yeah. But if we look up Buddha,
that's amazing.
Yeah. So first we have the Aryan culture, which here's the most important thing to notice, that 6,000 years ago was the dawn of Aryan culture prior to there being Judaism. So Aryan culture evolved before Judaism, Judaism evolved, of course, when Moses adopted the Canaanite Yahweh as God of Israel and issued his 10 Commandments.
Who wanted to kill all the Canaanites?
Yes.
So what the fuck?
It's, well, he stole their God. Right? That's all. Anyhow, then Gautama the Buddha shows up after that. So, but he's definitely before Christ. So Jesus of Nazareth comes after Buddha. So,
but after Jews.
Yeah,
after Moses.
Yeah. Well, obviously, yeah. Jesus is obviously after Moses. Mosaic laws.
No.
But
the other one.
Buddha. Yeah, the Buddha guy. Yeah.
Buddha.
Yeah, the Buddha.
Buddha is after Moses.
Yeah. So here we are. So I'll make this maybe a little larger. I guess I press the plus button here. And so here we go. So here's Gautama the Buddha.
Is it? I'm sorry to interrupt you, Douglas. Is it conceivable that Jesus was spreading Krishna consciousness?
I guess anything.
Well, there was all that Jesus went to India and stuff.
Yeah.
I think it kind of was.
Yeah. That's right. That's right. There is a book recommended.
I can
but
even
is it in the
zoom.
timeline? Would it make sense in the timeline?
Well, Krishna is Vedic, right?
Well,
So Krishna is like really old. So like, yeah, Jesus would know about that because he went to India. I mean, everybody is referred to a book titled "Jesus Lived in India." I think it's the title.
Went to India.
Yeah, I think it's the title. Yeah, Jesus lived in India. I think, and yeah, everybody is referred to that book, and but
those mysterious years.
Yeah,
Mithraism.
Yeah.
Is something. That's a weird
well,
one.
Boy. Mithra was one of the original mystery cults that was really strong at the time of Rome, and had a lot of Mithraism. You see, it's right here. It's the same time. Romans celebrated the.
I'm looking at it. Yeah. It was the religion of the army.
Yeah, but it was like,
military. Yeah,
but a lot of its elements got jacked by the Christians. A lot of its elements wound up being
yes.
Yeah. And so
that's right.
So it didn't really die out. I mean, anybody who's practicing Christianity in the old sense of its rituals has got a lot of Mithraism in there they're carrying on. Anyhow, so
that's right.
But yeah, so first was
wow, this is an amazing thing.
Yeah, first was Krishna, then was I mean, well, all Vedic, and then we had Judaism.
Early Greek. Yeah. So that was Olympus and shit.
Yeah.
I'm going across the top with you.
Oh, yeah.
There's Moses.
Yeah. There you go.
This is wild.
And
2000 BC.
Yes. And so
there's more on top of that.
Yeah. All of this around
astrology. My God.
Yeah. And Taoism. Well, Tao is before. Tao comes before. Taoism comes after the religions of the Aryan culture. So, the Aryans. You're talking about 6,000 years ago. Taoism is like only 2,000 years ago. So that's yeah. So Tao's here. And so if you want to go back up to the top, so
Confucius is way back there.
Well, Confucius, yes. Help me out here. Find that on the chart. Yeah, that's where
it was near Taoism. Now I lost it. It's jumping around. In that Yellow River. It's the Yellow River.
Oh, philosophies and Chinese culture. Got it. Yeah. So traditionally, scholars were always there. Confucius is actually around the same time. So here we are. So
yeah. So as that old.
Yeah. So here.
And that's 1000 BC.
Yeah, it's 1,000 years before Christ. You've got Kung-Fu-Tse, or Confucius, the master teacher of ethics. But it says that here we go. The philosopher Mo-Ti urges men to love each other impartially, regardless of kinship. Mengse or Mencius.
Oh, and look to the right there. Yeah. Contemporary with Alexander.
Alexander
in the pink line. It's just line. To the right.
No, okay, just to the right. Oh, here we are, Alexander. There we are, worshipped as Horus. Well, that's when Alexander gets worshipped as Horus. So yeah.
Oh, not when he lived.
Yeah. He probably lived a little bit. Let's see now if we can find him here. It will probably around that time. It couldn't have been too long after he was around. So early Greek religion was well before Alexander. So Alexander is probably, that's around his
Yeah.
lifetime. Yeah. I mean, we could compare it with the other chart
Oh,
on history.
shit.
But here we are. See, right here,
There's
Alexander the Great.
Moses. Older than
see,
that.
this confirms it. See, this is all straight history without the religion, just straight,
Yeah.
secular
That's what
history.
you need. You got to have the politics.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, Alexander the Great, Carthaginian
It
Hannibal.
lists
Yes.
Love it. This thing is valuable.
Yes. Yes. Oh, yes. It's priceless. Really priceless.
God, it's priceless. God's Goth sack Rome.
Yeah. Yes.
Holy shit.
By the way, we got another image sent by dear Brandon. These images aren't coming up, Brandon. Whatever the last two things you sent us aren't coming up. Though I'm happy with the images you sent before then. But yeah, the other images aren't coming up. So I'll just put a question mark here. All right. Yeah, getting back to where we were here with the related philosophies. Pythagoras' philosophical mysticism, Socrates, yeah, all around the same time.
Way down there.
Yeah.
They were newcomers.
Yeah, then Jesus of Nazareth comes along. Yeah. Muhammad, of course, later. Yeah, Muhammad's it's the youngest of all the religions.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Of the book.
Yeah. So Judaism, Islam,
All the
Jesus.
same book.
Yeah.
So weird.
But you notice Jesus.
But there was Islam before Mohammedanism.
No, Muhammad's here. Muhammad preaches Islam.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Muhammad preaches.
Believe me,
This guy, whoever did this, is a nut.
Yes. Oh yeah, Richard Sparks.
I
The guy's name
love
is
it.
Yeah, the guy's name is Richard Sparks. Yeah. Worked for Nestle.
I gotta find this.
Yeah, worked for Nestle.
Oh yeah, I want a screenshot of that.
Well,
of the whole
I'll
thing
send it
again.
to you after the show. I'll send you a copy of it.
Yeah.
And the other
Very good.
Richard Sparks charts to compare with it. But yeah.
Wow.
But in terms of the what was it that I was going to bring up here? The when it comes to, aside from the fact that Richard Sparks worked for Nestle's chocolate in Switzerland, but he was he was originally a Brit, but he migrated to the United States, got U.S. citizenship, but he worked for Nestle's chocolate headquartered in Switzerland. When he made all this shit.
Wow.
Yeah, and then this shit got contracted by Boeing. I believe it was Boeing that contracted it. So paid him for it. Paid him to do this.
The religious thing.
It was a defense contract.
Oh.
It was a defense contract.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe it was training, like DLI
No,
and
these
stuff.
were the guys before Aquino. The guys before Aquino needed this. That's why. So that's why. But if we go back to the beginning, here we are, the subhuman to human magic, spiritism, nature worship. Then we got, ancestor.
No corpus callosum yet.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and that happened 3,500 years ago. So that'd be right around this time with the religions of the Aryan culture. Vedas, the Gathas, the Greek lyrics, the myths of God. See, all this came at the time of the death of the bicameral mind. The flourishing.
Yes,
the flourishing.
But is that all that even, is ancient Egypt even on that map?
Here, Egyptian religion starts here.
Okay.
Yeah, 12,000 years ago.
They're up at the top. 12,000.
Yeah. And they're not at the top. We go back even further. And then
what the hell?
Egyptian religion comes in 12,000 years ago, but then he goes back to, this goes back, look at how far it goes back, 180,000 years ago. That's when he goes back.
Good Lord.
Yeah, yes.
Stay there a minute. That's very top of it.
Yes.
Magic and fetishes. It's all here.
Yes. And look what he writes down here. Look at what he writes here.
Killed the king.
Yeah, look what he writes here on the left. I mean, for the time he made this, primitive black men probably reached North America via the Bering Strait. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, and then Mongoloid men, after that, ancestors of the American Indians, probably reached North America via the Bering Strait.
Oh.
So There you go. And so
Negroid men, probably dominant in Europe,
yeah, and yes, notice he puts that there. And
but
then he's,
conflict with the Caucasian
yeah.
or brown race. See that one at 50?
50. Okay, here we are. Negroid men probably still dominate Europe and Africa, but in conflict with the Mediterranean or Caucasian brown race. Yes, love it.
Yeah,
And
what the hell?
see what he writes here?
Probable extinction of Neanderthal man after that.
Yes, Caucasian brown
Holy
race.
cow! So they were mixing and mingling.
Yeah, and fighting. But notice what he writes here. Primitive black men, proto-Australoids, probably driven out of Europe and northern and central Asia into Africa, southern Asia and Australia by the Negroids. There we are. So in other words, for those who you don't know, anthropologically, the Australoids are the Australatic men, would be someone like you find in Tasmania, and they're all extinct. And
Australia.
No, Tasmania, they're all extinct. But in Australia, you'd have like a relation of them, the Aborigines, to this.
Deep descendants. That's why they're Aboriginal. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. But anyhow, he's saying that they were driven out of Europe by and northern and central Asia into Africa, southern Asia, and Australia by the Negroids.
Nice.
And this is why, of course, bear in mind when this was made. This was made, this chart, they were all made before World War II. And this guy is saying this before World War II. And recently they found Cheddar Man in Britain. He's not named after the cheese, people. He's named after the cave in which he was discovered, which is an area in which the cheese was originally cultured. But Cheddar Man, it's a stupid fucking name. There had to be a better name for him than that. But it's named, again, the cheese was cultured in that area where the cave was found, but Cheddar Man is black in England. So it's like the first Englishmen were black. You know, that's they not necessarily the latest wave of colonization from which modern Britons have descended, but I guess they are saying that if you look up Cheddar Man, and there's some controversy as to the DNA test taken about that. So, you know, we're still discovering things as we go along, people. But all such being said, so. Yeah, originally they were all black, and then the white men chased them all out. That's like, no surprise, right? So there we go with moving on. So I will give you a I'll get this to you, dear girl, and let's see.
Yeah, and there's the last glaciation.
Yes.
So that we've lived through glacial periods that were just shocking.
Yes. Oh yeah.
I mean. The ice cores say that it was ice to the Gulf of Mexico in 5 years.
Oh yeah, it was. Then we get, here we are, Roman Catholicism. That starts around this time. 1300 years ago. And,
1300, because that's the Constantinople part, the Constantine Catholicism. I wonder. I bet you there's earlier Catholicism.
Oh yeah, no, that's definitely early Catholic. You know, this is Roman Catholic Christianity,
or
as
the
a thing,
Essenes and stuff.
Yeah, but
and as well as Eastern Orthodox. And I'm still saying Eastern Orthodox must be some kind of Catholic because they got saints.
Oh well, they used to use that term. Yes, of course. But remember, it was their church was actually the first Catholicism, if you will. But then Roman Catholicism kind of appropriated the term and
schismed it.
Well, they how would I say it? They branded it. They branded it. They took it as their brand. Yeah. But obviously we had Catholicism before then. Yeah. Papacy. Yeah. The Papacy Supreme under Pope Innocent III. Papacy Supreme here. See, here's the politicization here. And
do they have confession and do they have communion and stuff?
Oh yeah.
Eastern Orthodox.
Well, here we are. Here we are. Here's the Byzantine Empire. Yeah. Here's the Byzantine Empire, the Goth Rome. We had popes back then. So honestly, the Catholicism as a thing goes back to right around the time of Christ, really. It's not too long afterwards.
Essenes in the desert and shit, in caves.
Yeah, St. Augustine.
But that Nag Hammadi and Dead Sea are BC dated. I
Yeah,
believe.
that's
They're surely on
kind
there.
of. I'd have to look that
Kind
up
of.
again.
Was it close? Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
but
Are you trying to figure out when the creation of the black man
okay.
happened?
I mean, I think he was the original.
Well, if 5,000 years ago,
prototype.
yeah, in the Bhagavatam or whatever, there's King
Yes.
Vena, and he there was spore out of him was a black pygmy, and I think that's where the didn't you say something about
well,
black?
why don't you just read it? Read it to us. Read it, honey.
It's a lot to read.
Okay, well, I'll read this little sentence here.
I'll read a little bit. I'll read a little bit.
Well, basically what she entered was this person born from King Vena, and then there's a bunch of symbols because I guess the AI couldn't interpret.
But yeah, no, if you click on it, you can get the link to the actual quote.
Okay.
But
I
King
can
died, and he was very sinful, and so when they churned, like a butter churn, when they churned his thigh, out sprung this bahuka, which was the embodiment of all of the sinful reactions of King Vena.
Okay, so what they're saying is, as she says, but in simpler terms from the print that she entered into our text box, this person born from King Vena's thighs was named Bahuka, and his complexion was as black as a crow's. All the limbs of his body were very short. His arms and legs were short, and his jaws were large. His nose was flat. His eyes were reddish. Okay.
And he also had copper hair.
Cool. Nice
so it was like maybe an albino midget pygmy. I don't know.
That's so cute. Yeah.
That's what I get out of it.
Okay, and so this was supposed to be like a distillation of that king's sinfulness, you said?
It was just the little man popped out of his thigh as an embodiment of his sinful reactions. It's like he gave birth to him out of his thigh without copulation.
Fully formed. I love that.
Yeah, really gross.
Yeah, and then the first thing he did is he was like jumping around and trying to be all wild, and then King Vena told him to sit down.
Really? I mean, King Vena didn't die from this?
Sit down.
He didn't die from this?
No, he was already dead. He was already dead when they did it.
But how could he tell him to sit down if he was already dead? He just kind of reanimated, or
they all came out. They all came out. I'm looking for the actual text.
So what you mean to say is someone else came out at the same time from this dead king and told the other guy to sit down?
I'm gonna read through the exact quote.
Okay. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's So this is Bhagavad Gita, or
yeah, the Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 4, Chapter 14 and 15.
Okay.
It's a narrative about the downfall of this tyrant ruler.
Okay.
Subsequent rise of a righteous one.
Who was Vena?
Vena was the bad guy.
Okay.
I wonder if that's where we got venality.
Wow, venal. Yeah, cool. I mean, yeah, it makes sense.
Oh, here it is. It says, because he was born from the sinful body of Vena, Bahuka inherited all the sins of his father. He was humble and asked what to do, to which sages replied, please sit down, Nisira.
Okay, cool. So
he was the sin eater.
But
so he was deemed unfit to rule and was sent to live in the forests and hills, becoming the ancestor of the Nisida race. Nisada, I'm sorry.
Okay, cool. Which are, you see this in Asian Indian films where guys who look really black, lot darker than the average Asian Indians, are portrayed as this savage enemy of the Vedic armies. So Brendan Zoget is sending us an image. Okay, cool. I thought he
wasn't Seth supposed to be black?
I
let alone Jesus and all that.
Seth was often, I believe, you're talking about the Seth, the anti-god of the Egyptians, or are you talking about the third son of Adam?
The third son of Adam.
Oh, yeah. I never heard that.
Because I think that was a slur against black people.
Usually biblicists will say that black kids are the son of Ham. which
Ah,
yeah,
ham. All
it's
right.
ham. Yeah. Not
All
that
right.
I necessarily agree with that. The term Hamitic is used
Uh-huh.
to apply to black people oftentimes, and might have been an anthropological term. Again, I'd have to look through a lot of my old notes, but yeah, yeah, obviously, a lot of people have tried to reframe that. So I'm not quite sure if that's something. Anyhow, your point, however, is taken without arguing, and so
Without prejudice.
yeah, and yeah, I guess we could say that too. That's good. I like that. And this has been a profound theological discussion, and we appreciate the input from everybody. Heather, that was great, and
Most rousing.
yeah, and again, I will after the show is over tonight, I will send those 3 Richard Sparks charts, maybe even a photograph of Richard Sparks himself,
Yeah.
to our dear our dear Holly. What I'm also going to do right now is just kind of look up that photograph of Richard Sparks so that everybody on the call can actually see it. And
I would love to have a reproduction of that to look at
well, at
when I'm
least
brushing my teeth and shit.
well, at least you'll have it online. And
Yeah.
I doubt anyone could print that out in a large format. It would be cheaper. People could, but it'd cost so much, it'd be cheaper to go find it, online.
Yeah.
But at least this way you will
Yeah,
be able
I
to
would
find
buy
it.
it
Yeah,
for a,
yeah,
tiny pittance.
yeah. At least this way you will be able to find it online. Actually, going
That's
back to
right.
that, let me show you some things here, just as kind of like a trivial, trivia. Just to let me make certain I find it again, the right file. Here we are. And okay, so we take a look at the file that's in. Let's take a look back at the call, and then turn the share back on. Our dear Brendan is sending. I believe this is sent by Brendan. Here we are, and here we are. Who brought this? This is the entry from Heather. Of course, I'll heart that, and that's the sages curse King Vena. Oh, so the sages cursed him. Oh, damn, that's rough. That's raw.
Yeah, I also added the link into the YouTube chat so people could see the actual text.
Okay. Oh, cool. That's delightful. Thank you, honey. And yeah, got some great input from Brent. So here's the file that I have it in, and then while we're going through the file, here we are. These are maps of the
forget
mind.
what that room means.
What, honey?
Oh, that room that Brent sent, that one.
Oh,
Anyway,
yeah.
we'll get back to it.
Oh, so if you can see the screen share, Holly.
Yeah.
There we
Yes,
are.
okay.
So here we go with psyche and polycentrism. These are some maps of the mind. View of James Hillman, who felt that
Right.
there we are. Rolla May, remarked that while the symbol of modern industrial society is the vertical office block, an ascending line of material progress, the motif of ancient Greece was the circle, with soul or psyche as the center and measure of all things, relating the world to human scale. So psyche was...
That's that alphabetic thing.
There we are. Okay.
Whenever the alphabet puts you right in that grid.
Yeah.
Instead of circular.
Okay. Yeah.
Trains the brain from early age.
Got it.
To think blocks and squares and brutalism, not circles.
Okay. Yeah. Then we go past...
They say that ancients based their sacred precincts architecture on the laws of the universe.
Mm-hmm.
And so how the heck did they know the laws of the universe? From music, mathematics, and astronomy.
There we are. Wonderful.
And
thank
that's
you.
Societies were so pacific, calm.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing that. So let me see now. I guess I thought I had
millennia.
Okay. Yeah. Millennia. Yes. I thought I had a photograph of Richard Sparks in here, but I guess I don't in this file. But
I'll look them up tomorrow.
Yes. Well, you might not be able to find him. That's one of those things that, yes, he's definitely one of these guys that they've really scrubbed that guy.
Ah,
And they literally, when it comes to his chart on evolution, oh, they've done their best to,
oh,
yeah, to destroy that. They've scrubbed that out of existence. But I've got both a physical copy and a copy online, which I'll send you a copy of, in my files.
dude, the maniac.
Yeah, and yeah, he's definitely been of profound influence to myself, and I use his charts as teaching aids for all of my tutées, of course.
Oh
And
boy.
yeah, and but I've said that before. You remember that, right? I think, haven't you?
About Sparks?
Yeah, I mean
You
about
know,
using it.
not. I probably, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm sure I have,
and
and
yeah.
didn't grasp it the way I am right now. For God's sake.
I see. Okay, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you heard me, do you remember consciously my saying before that I used it as basically it's one of the foundations for my tutelage of the Blood Boys.
No, I did not know that,
Oh,
and it's
okay.
a worthy.
Yeah.
That's a high school degree and
Thank
a
you.
lot of stuff right there.
Absolutely.
And it should be high school.
Yeah.
No
Yes.
later.
Absolutely.
No later.
Yes. And
That's curriculum.
yes. Yeah, definitely. By the way, Heather, this enormous tower. What is with this enormous tower here? Heather?
Babel.
No.
Okay.
Wait, who sent me the tower? Heather
not
sent me
looking
the
at
tower.
it.
Oh, it's in the infinite call. Yeah. So, Heather, what's this? If you'd be so kind. She's still on the call if she unmutes. Oh, she's probably gonna tell us she can't unmute or something that they've. Then she sends us more pictures of the tower.
I
So
didn't know I was muted. I was sitting talking like an idiot.
Yeah.
so honey,
Been there.
yeah, explain.
So that is in Sun City. It's always been there. It always, those red and white things always like pull me in. And like my grandpa used to always just give me some bullshit story. I'm like, why are there blinking lights at the top? The red blinking lights. And
keep
he's like,
planes
oh,
from
that's what
crashing.
the planes don't hit them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what are they? What the hell is it? Why is it blinking in the first place? Why is it there?
Well, it's old radio equipment started, but probably cellular.
But
transmission lines.
Well, Heather, you're asking.
There's a lot of things hooked up to that, though.
I believe it.
So what?
It's a mighty tower.
So that was always there. You're not saying this is anything new that came along with cellular.
No, it was always there, but I was actually trying to do some personal development. I was trying to find, like, I have some things saved of documents that are filed in Maricopa County where I live from my great grandparents who lived in Sun City, and I only have and I only have an address to go with. It's the documents are from 1967, but all I have is this address. So I went to this address, and that's where the address brought me, and to an abandoned building.
So you're telling me there was a Sun City in 1967, or were they in some old ranch?
No, it started in 1960. I made the first house in Sun City that they used as a model home, and I made a TikTok video. I'll share it with you later.
Very good.
Okay.
Good old Del Webb. He must be dead by now.
Del
Webb.
Awful. Tell us about him.
He's the man. He's Mr. Sun City, right?
Oh,
Heather?
okay. Oh.
Yeah, well, here's where it gets
now
good.
his awful Spawn must be running the show. They sold
Speak directly into the microphone, Holly. But go on.
Sorry.
Yeah. Heather? Yes.
Yeah, right. This is where it gets good. So right at the cemetery where I go every day or whatever, in the middle of Sun City, the sundial, there's a water treatment center, right, like next to all the four churches. It's all there, and it's not a water treatment center. I find out, which explains why people are always like keeping an eye on me. They watch everybody there, because it's not a water treatment center. It's EPCOR, where they cryogenically have people stored.
Okay.
Oh no, it's not one of those ones where they saw your head off and tell you they're going to bring you
I
back to
don't know what they
life.
do, but I mean, it's not water treatment because our water really sucks.
Maybe
Yeah.
it's because all the dead bodies they're
Right.
preserving. That's what happened to the Bronte sisters, was they all died because they lived near a cemetery with a lot of runoff into their potable water, which wasn't
Yeah.
potable at all. The drinking water, which was not potable and would have been condemned, but you know, with modern technology. But instead, they all died because they were drinking cadaver juice. So
That's what's going on here, I think.
wow. But you think it's coming out of the cryo? Yeah.
No, just think it's the groundwater in the cemetery, and it gets into the wildlife, you know, and spread around. Like that tree I showed you a picture of.
Yeah,
last
the
time.
water treatment center is right next to it. Oof.
Yeah, it's at the same property.
Jesus.
I mean, yeah.
Oh God.
That's concerning. Yes. And have you spoken to any authorities about this?
No, I'm still trying to like figure out who to go to and not sound like an idiot, or, you know, I'm sure lots of people have had complaints in the past. I don't want to cause waves, you know.
Well, I mean, what about Vin? I mean, aren't any of
Not
you?
without a mob. You need a mob for that. Pitchforks and
My
torches.
army behind me. Okay, we drink bottled water.
Okay. That there you
I'm
go.
gonna send you a couple pictures of some situations that's happening at where they use the groundwater to water the cemetery.
Okay.
And it's frightening.
Okay. Why?
Ooh.
I don't know. It's like Vanta black. I don't know if it's mold or what it is, but it might be an alien species. I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah. Vanta black, meaning blackest of all blacks.
Yes.
Colors that you say is a okay, so you've got photographs of this. Yeah.
You can't get Salinas Valley crop water on your skin. It gives you what they used to call chloracne.
Oh God, that's awful. Oh
Yeah.
Jesus,
there's a new name now, but that's what they called it in Jersey.
Yeah.
What is it? Spots?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Chloracne.
Spots.
What is it? Yeah. What is chloracne?
Oh, it's a pustulant acne.
Yeah.
Where you get the big boils and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what is growing the food.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh.
And the dope now.
Yeah.
And the weed.
Yeah. Thank you. That's like I'm sorry. This is where you live?
They're smoking it.
Yeah. Where you live?
Near, the greater area, Monterey County.
Jesus, that's awful. I'm so sorry, Holly. That's like yeah, you know,
it's terrifying.
Well, anyhow, let me see if I can. Oh, here's what I need to do. I need to open file location. There we are, and hopefully that fucking.
Oh, I'm not sending it the right way. Is it?
No. You got it right. You got it right. It's just weirdly it didn't open the file location. So maybe if I. That's
I'll just
weird.
paste it.
No. I'm talking about in my own files. No, what you did was fine. What you sent was fine. I'm looking for the same chart I had just shown our girl Holly, and then I can't find it the second time.
Oh, the rainbow one.
Yeah, with the rainbow colors. Yeah. And hopefully I'll find it at the end of the episode. Here we are. There we are. I found it again. Thank God. Okay. Yeah. And so now let's do the screen share. And so when we do, and here we are with more, pictures from Holly. Well, these are all frightening, of course, in their own way. So, Holly, yeah. So, Holly, when we take a look at this chart here, we saw the chronograph of religion. This is the other chronograph, which is his most controversial, was the histomap of evolution. And so that is the one that really gets people, outraged. And of course,
their art from a distance.
Yeah, so we have to actually lower that.
Look at the detail.
Yeah, so when you take a look at
God's sake.
Heidelberg man, primitive man. So here's where now the interesting thing is when he goes all the way back, of course, to basically protozoa and
good Lord.
Yeah, and goes on with slime molds, bacteria, and all that. Now, what's interesting is, of course, that again, this is all before World War II. But what really just sets everyone into insane convulsions is that he is emphasizing the fact, before World War II, that mankind is becoming so overwhelming to the environment, which has historically been proven and since verified, vetted, validated, that
a million ways.
that that here you see the term Hamites. See that term Hamites used anthropologically towards blacks. But basically what you have here is he's gotten mankind so dominant of the environment that the majority of what is left of animals is bacteria and fungi and insects predominant, as well as some mammals, but basically it's bacteria and fungi and insects are the two dominant forms aside from man, which, all these other life forms are pushed here, which biologically in terms of impact has been proven to be correct. He stated all this before World War II, and that's not what people are going batshit over. Of course, it's all the races that he's presented in a more national identification pattern of evolution evolving into different cultures, ethnocultures. So, of course, this is considered...
But you can see from the colors who's thriving.
But the Latin races are more towards the right, and then of course you have Negroes, Negrito, and other races. Negrito, by the way, is Filipino, and here we are. Brennan says, "Yeah, nice, better than dumb politics." Thank you, Brennan.
That pink stream is dominating.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the USA. Oh, it's Europe. Yeah.
Yes.
America and Britain, chiefly.
But Chinese and Japanese are on the left. But obviously the United States and Britain are dominating by around the time of World War II. But you'll notice that in terms of the original races, that the Chinese and Japanese on the left goes all the way back. And what he's pointing out is, they go all the way back. And so all the races really stem mostly from an Asiatic core, but you notice this is reptiles are down here and people get all offended. But remember, the Japanese believe that they're the seed of the dragon as well as the Chinese. And he's integrating that into a evolutionary chart, which, again, people find they take issue with it, but that's in their ignorance. And so there you have that. And let's see what it says on the right side here. Christian era begins. What does he say about Asiatic man on the side? Full-grown civilized man. We'll make it larger so we can read it. But then we have to kind of...
What would that look like if it was carried up to today?
Yeah. Well, that's...
With AI, that's all that. I wonder what the colors would look like.
Well, what's interesting is that his only real accessible chronograph was his pre-war chronograph, the histomap. And so if we push that up to 100%, the histomap is the one that you'll commonly find because that's considered permissible. This is the one that was definitely, I have the copy that's in a Boeing envelope, literally in a Boeing envelope. So in terms of this, the Asiatic powers are coming into play by just prior World War II. But when it comes into this 1900s, one of the last things on the histomap, one of the last things here, basically, otherwise it's just colors integrating, or indicating kind of like the impact of ethnocultural entities. But one of the last things that you have before World War II is the Kellogg Pact entered on the histomap. Kellogg Pact renouncing war as an instrument of national policy. Just trip off that for a moment. And then the worldwide economic depression.
But the Kellogg Pact.
Kellogg, like the guy who made the cereal, the multi-billionaire who made the cereal. Kellogg Pact renouncing war as an instrument of national policy. And signed by the United States. That's why it's in this corner. It's signed by the United States.
Really hardcore.
Yeah. That's just before the worldwide economic depression and Roosevelt puts us all on wartime. But all that being said, here's what's interesting is that when it comes to people trying to extend this, the copyright got purchased by the map making company Rand McNally. So when Rand McNally purchased the copyright from his wife, Richard Sparks' wife, and then they churned out their own copy, they extended it to after World War II to 1955. And this was their first post-war extension. And then they made another extension, which, you know, there's no point in my copying the whole chart. I just took like the last bit of their extension, which was through to the year 2000.
Holy cow.
Rabin assassinated.
Oh,
take a look at that. Rabin assassinated. Gets up there. Let me see if I can make it loud. You know, I said louder. You know, USSR dissolves. Iraq invades Kuwait. Rabin assassinated. Israel begins withdrawal from the West Bank and Gaza. Whoa, they've reversed that, haven't they? You know why? Netanyahu elected. Netanyahu elected.
You got that right.
Last thing on this.
There's World Trade Center.
Yes. Clinton reelected. Where's the World Trade Center?
In the blue. In 2000.
In the year
Up
2000.
near,
Really? Where?
Perot. About Perot. 19% of it's Desert Shield, Desert Storm.
Okay.
Right where your cursor just
World
there it
Trade
is.
Center
You're right
bombing.
there.
But that's the first World Trade Center bombing.
Ah, righto.
Yeah.
In the basement.
Yes, that's in the basement. Healthcare reform
The one that
defeated.
could never possibly do anything.
Right. That's
But
right.
make a stink.
Yes.
U.S. troops to Somalia.
Yes.
That's your Black Hawk Down guy.
Yes. Whitewater scandal. I don't even remember. What the fuck was the Whitewater scandal?
Oh, it was a Clinton thing.
Was it? Anyhow, see this?
I believe so.
Healthcare reform defeated. Yeah, but then again, it got implemented. Then it was implemented after that. And but in terms of this, Taliban captures Kabul. I mean, isn't that something? That's like
that's just yesterday.
Yeah, it feels like it, but it's not. This is between 1990 and 2000. He's talking about basically after the Soviets retreated. I guess. And yeah,
because there's Walesa.
Yeah, but here's where things got really fucked up. Was when a couple of people, just a couple, they took this copyrighted chart and they made it up to the year 2014. They extended it by reversing its order. Instead of going from the top down the way medieval texts go, they made it go from the bottom up to make it look progressive, you know, as man progressing upwards.
So instead of going down the drain.
Yeah. So you can understand their logic, but let's make this larger as we can. I can't make it legible, however, because the couple destroyed this or claimed they destroyed it, which may well be possible because it's a copyrighted thing that they were basically plagiarizing. But the couple who did this, they were almost certainly paid to do it by Russia. Because the first thing you notice is that Japan, which on the historical chart comes in very late to the chart. China, of course, is an eternal part of the historical chart. And believe me, this is exactly the same up to a point as the Richard Sparks histomap. It's simply invert it upside down. And in the histomap, Sparks also did this with Japan because he kind of portrayed Japan as simply impacting the rest of the world's history at very late in the game. So it's understandable why he did that. But he puts Japan as coming out here, and then that's where his chart ends. But this couple then proceeds to clip Japan out of further history. And they replace it with Southeast Asia and Oceania. And so they cut out Japan. But
that ain't happening.
Yeah, of course not. And they keep China going on. And then they basically end with Arab Spring. And Russia, they have completely just exaggerated in its output, because Russia basically begins to let me see. Russia's involved with the rest of
So
this
they're the blue.
blue. Yeah, in other words, well, here's Germany in the blue. Here's, a bunch of Europeans.
Okay.
They made them distressingly similar colors. So what they're trying to
Yeah.
emphasize is that Germany and Russia and England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and the United States are all, well, all except for the United States. The United States is red. But they're emphasizing that, Britain and Russia and Germany and the West, they're trying to say the blue is the West. Get it? So they're trying to
Yes, I do.
basically conglomerate them.
Overcoming the EU.
Yeah. But then the Arab Spring is up here. So the Arabs just kind of come out of the middle of nowhere in impacting the world because they disambiguate the Arabs from Islam, which of course does not really have its own separate thing. But that Islam is covered on the religious chart. So, but then the 9/11 terror attacks are here, and that disambiguates them from the 9/11 bomb. Get it? They call it 9/11 terror attacks.
Yes, I do.
Yeah,
Yes,
so,
I do.
yeah, so they're here. Yeah, but so much of this is illegible. The only way I can make it legible is my knowledge as a historian, and I have to look at what it's closest to, and then find out what happened in history at that time to even try and reconstruct this. Because I contacted them, offered to buy a copy of this, and then they claimed, oh, we destroyed it because we can't find it anymore, and we believe we destroyed it. And it's like, what kind of bullshit is that? Why would you say that?
Really?
And the only thing I could think of would be that it was illegitimate and it's copyrighted by Rand McNally, and they were afraid of being sued. But then why would you go through all the trouble of doing it? Except unless you were contracted and paid. So I realized they were contracted and paid by the Russians, because the way it's structured makes it look like Russia becomes one of the most incredibly, influential nations in history. And it's up there with the United States, even bigger than the United States. And everyone else is smaller than what Russia ultimately becomes. So that's like, they must have been doing it for the Russians under contract, because all of they include, well, there you go. I've already explained it. And so that having been said, okay, let's cut the sharing, and then we can read what is being sent by other people. Here we are, our dear friends Heather and Brendan. Brendan says, yeah, nice, better than dumb politics. Thank you, Brendan. Then there we are. We found it. Heather, explain this. You found what it is. Dudelango, or Dudelange radio tower.
Yeah, it's German.
Is it? Is that what they say? Oh, Dudelange in Luxembourg. Wait a second. Well, that's in Luxembourg. You're not in Luxembourg.
Well, it's the same thing that when it was the original one in Luxembourg.
Oh, you mean that
it was right after the war, World War II, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know when they put yours up?
I
What year?
don't. It was probably about 1960, somewhere around there.
When they put the joint in.
She called up the devil. Sammy Romero's answering because Heather Holman wrote Cholo in the text box. Okay, Sammy, welcome aboard. I hope you weren't offended by that. I couldn't resist.
No, it's okay. It's okay. No big deal.
Yes, so
I have cholos in my family, but that's close enough.
Cool. Are you willing to share any of that, or is that just too sensitive?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
No.
Cool, I get it.
The alphabet people are already listening to us, so
True enough. Well, welcome aboard, dear Sammy. Say hello to everyone, and what's up?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hi, Sammy.
Not much. Hey, how you guys? How's everybody doing?
Yeah.
What's going on, guys?
Great, much the better.
Good enough.
Yeah. And,
I'm just finishing a traverse for my homework, but other than that,
great. Yes, I'm so proud of you. You've done so much already.
Thank you.
I mean,
stuff like that takes me a while, though. I had to. It's it's good having classmates that you can definitely bounce stuff off of. So that taught me a lot. So that's one thing that taught me, as far as just understanding things, and As far as
What are you in
I'll
school
just say,
for? What are you in school
land
for?
surveying. Land surveying.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
become.
very good.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
well, he's
Right
already
on.
accomplished some incredible licensing. I'm so proud of him. I mean, you could tell him about that if you wish.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Dude.
Some other time.
Okay.
I wanted to kind of I like what you were talking about earlier as far as
Thank you.
Ash Wednesday,
Yeah.
especially because someone like me coming from evangelical, I didn't grow up Catholic, so
Understood.
Yeah. I'm probably the most I wouldn't as far as me being, from that denomination, I didn't really. I'm not biblically as savvy as you. You probably even most people on this transition are probably more biblically savvy than me. I've never really been a scholar.
Okay.
One, because I was mostly I was more an auxiliary person
Yes.
pertaining to the church. So it's kind of like almost like acting a part. When you act a part or the auxiliary, you're pretty much kind of like it's like in the religious world as far as church. If you're a musician or you're a singer or, even to a certain point, okay, not all people that are sermons are actually, scholars. They're just good speakers is what I'm trying to say. They can
right.
take a verse and kind of stretch it out, or take a couple verses and kind of, and I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with it. I think if your intention's good and I'll give you an example. My father was someone that taught himself how to read,
Right.
Which
itself is an incredible accomplishment. Really. Go on.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is great. But like one of the things that I realized is, all of us can read a scripture, but we can all get 5 different interpretations.
Yes.
Which kind of always spoke to me because that's one of the things that I've always, if my father was alive, I would have wanted to bounce, certain things off of him as far as what he thinks.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, that's a lot of that is kind of like, when you ask certain questions like, well, why are we still following the King James version?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not, we're not part of the British Commonwealth. Like why are we still following that?
Mm-hmm.
That kind of leads to where, well, you're talking about the Apocrypha and all these other books that, that they're not necessarily not true. They're just not acknowledged by, the modern church. So,
right.
That leads to a lot of questions. And I've talked about this before. It makes the church uncomfortable. And
Yes.
you're kind of, let's just be real. You kind of not ostracized, but it's like they don't really want to answer questions. And it's not that they're bad people. It's just most people don't. At least most people in that I've come across in church, especially around my lifestyle and my denomination, their minds are already set to a certain capacity. Not that they can't think outside. It's just the idea of going to heaven is enough. Then trying to seek knowledge, because to be honest with you, a lot of the time, and it's interesting you talked about these tribes that that are hunter gatherers, that what you talked about is time binding with agriculture.
Yes.
Sometimes that's actually a gift.
Yes.
It would kind of explain why they live so long, because their stress level is not as high as ours, quote unquote, civilized people.
At all. Yes.
They don't, and all they have to worry about is, hunter gathering, mating, maybe a little bit of war, but even then, which in a way is good and in a way is not good. But really, I find the more I start thinking about it,
it's Edenic.
It sounds,
yes.
Right.
Continue. Yeah.
In a lot of
It's
ways,
hilarious too, because a lot of the
right.
fighting was like ceremonial.
Right.
Nobody got killed.
Well, it can
Absolutely.
be, but
It could be.
What's interesting is
there
that.
was
Yeah, continue.
a surprising amount of it that
Yeah, but when it's not ceremonial, they tend to stop after a few deaths because it seems to either satisfy them or they realize their
Right.
numbers can't take many more losses. But anyhow,
Right.
yes, back to Semi with that. Thank you. Yeah,
Yes.
Semi.
And then,
Yeah.
yes, and then, that's very intriguing to me in the sense that, my dad always kind of told me in the way he kind of viewed Judgment Day that, though even those type of people when it comes to Judgment Day, and that's really just theological in the sense that this is just my paradigm.
Yes.
I don't like to push my beliefs on anybody, but everybody's going to be judged accordingly to a certain point. God is sovereign. God is, perfect in the sense of what He designed. Okay, obviously you kind of introducing how you got your theology the wrong way.
Yes.
How you already
Yeah.
talked about that. Kind of like how my sister got her knowledge of the free will business the wrong way.
Yes.
I don't even want to get into that.
But someday,
that's a different
someday
story.
we
Yeah,
need to
I
make
mean,
a
that's
movie
a
on
different
that.
story.
Yeah, she
That's a
needs a
different story for
biography
a
made
different
into a
time.
movie. But go on. Yes.
By the way, I don't even know why I'm bringing this up, but she mentioned to me that the cosmetic industry.
Yes.
This is a side note. Sorry, I'm sorry to bring this up, but
No, it's
hope I
perfect.
don't lose my train of thought. The new cosmetic, like Brazilian butt lips
Yes.
for cosmetics. All the models getting the BBLs and all that.
Yes.
And, they are actually refining. Okay, let me just kick the door down. They're using the fat of the dead. They're
Yes.
refining it.
Thank you.
Well, that was what
that-
Fight Club was all about 20 years
that
ago.
is, I
But-
didn't know that.
Well,
Maybe she found out too.
I don't know if that's the case, but let Semi complete his thought because I believe if we go into Fight Club, we'll really go down a rabbit hole. But yes, go on.
No. This is actually they are getting, obviously with consent of the family or the person that is passing away.
Yes.
If they have quote unquote usable
Fat.
yeah, they quote unquote sterilize it or purify it of any genetic quote unquote makeup. But
oh my God,
that would be kind of, my point is that would be kind of difficult, wouldn't it? I mean,
I would
you're
think
literally
It's called
literally-
harvesting.
yeah.
okay. Yes, but that would also imply, because I've always felt like if I would get an implant from someone else, you're literally taking up their memories.
Yes,
You're taking
absolutely,
up,
guaranteed. Go on. Yeah.
So what my sister relayed to me is, Dave, the industry has started because obviously not everybody has the quote unquote good fat to do the enhancements. People suck out their fat and they do the fat transfers.
Yeah.
Well, they're using the fat of people that have passed on.
Yes.
I didn't realize that. That is
I never gave it thought, but now that you bring it up, it makes perfect sense. So what you're saying, and believe me, I'll help you keep your train of thought. What you're saying in this case is that the fat that's used in these Brazilian butt implants is basically cadaver fat. And this cadaver fat that's going into women's butt cheeks to enhance this aesthetic, which I personally, please people, do not do this. Not because of the use of dead people's fat, but that should be at least a factor that should dissuade you. And the reason it should dissuade you, if for no other reason, is that you will begin to integrate this person's cellular memory into your own. In other words, you're going to dream the dreams that are impacted by their memories, and their certain desires or traits will become a part of your own. People who get organ implants will discover themselves liking things or having a craving for things they never had before in life. This is not something new. It's old. to the person whose organ is inside of you. If the person loved beer and you've never drank before in your life, you will suddenly have a craving for beer. We'll usually surrender to that. And it doesn't mean you're going to be an alcoholic, but it certainly might have been the case with the person who died. It might have been a factor in their death, or at least perhaps drinking while driving, etc.
Right.
But these things do happen, and eventually you'll have memories that are not your own. You will probably be cognizant of this. Sometimes you won't be, but all being such, the aesthetic.
Well, it's become such a crooked industry.
Yes.
You know, even to get a driver's license. So you want to donate your organs, right?
Oh, God.
And
so true.
once you sign off on that, you know, people think, oh, I might save a teenager someday, you know, but who knows?
You know what? One of my classmates, their sister's actually on call. I don't know what is this position in the hospitals, but she's on call. Anytime someone passes away, she is a harvester.
Oh, shit.
She literally gets a call in the middle of the night, and she has to be some type of surgeon. I don't know.
You would presume.
She probably is a surgeon. I'm assuming she's some type of surgeon, but she's a harvester. But she's always on call.
Well,
always on call. That's part of her contract.
To get right there. Yeah.
Have you met this
person?
person?
To get right there and harvest.
Have you met this
No, I haven't, but I mean, I'm sure I can maybe get a hold of her because of my classmate, but to be honest with you, that's kind of creepy.
Yeah, I was going to say that what I would be curious about, and that's the reason I asked if you'd met this individual personally, the first thing I would think would be that they'd have to be a very hard person. And by a hard person, I mean that Aaron Tice whose wife, I believe I can say this without compromising his security. His wife is essentially in a executive position, essentially an executrix, to use the feminine. She's in an executrix position at a hospital, and he can relate stories about how because of organ donation, there are people who are brought in as soon as, and this has nothing to do with his wife. I mean, she's just in an executrix position or a managerial or administrative position, but the policy of organ donation means she has to be aware of this, but there's nothing she can do about it. Because of this policy that hospitals adhere to, along with the entire medical industrial complex, when somebody's dying, believe me, if you're an organ donor, you've forfeited any efforts to save you. just understand that much. When you say, when you volunteer just in a moment of altruism, saying, oh, well, I assume I'll be dead and I won't know and I won't care. No. You don't understand. They do it while you're dying, not while you're dead. And you could be saved in many cases, but they're not going to do that because you've signed off on that. They're going to come in and just rip you apart while you're alive, and you will be conscious of it. Because they need the organs fresh. So believe me, they're going to go there just like this guy, this lady.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I mean, from what my coworker pretty much told me, she makes really good money.
I bet.
She makes really good money. She's close to the six figures.
I gotta get into that, but go on.
My question is, I assume the medical industry does not acknowledge like recessive or memories from DNA. I'm assuming they don't acknowledge this type of effect, is what I'm trying to ask you, Doc,
at all.
from what you know.
Well, they just don't bring it up. They're well aware of it, but they don't bring it up, and so they acknowledge it professionally. And if they were pressed in interviews, I'm sure that they would acquiesce to it, because most people aren't even going to make the connection. Most people watching those interviews would just take it as, oh, that's an intriguing piece of trivia that memories come from, donated organs. Nobody's going to imagine themselves in that position of horror where, guess what? You're dying, but in a sense, no, you're not really dying, because a part of you is going to live on in some other person's body.
Right. Right. But that kind of does make sense in the sense that you know, that kind of coincides with really just I don't know. I've always felt like the medical industry does not really acknowledge anything to do with the soul or anything to do with someone's essence, you know, which it's almost evil in the sense that you can't practice. How can you practice medicine, quote unquote, but not acknowledge someone's, you know, the thing that makes that person who they are? And as far as the extension of their body, well, you're kind of transferring that particular
Essence.
part of their essence to
Yes,
someone
or an
else.
element thereof. Yes. In other words,
Right.
in when Brendan Zogate in the past has talked about the villain Voldemort from the Harry Potter franchise, he brings up the concept of the Horcrux, where the villain Voldemort is immortalizing himself by essentially transferring elements of himself or fractions of himself, fragments of himself into a
Right.
number of different people. That's essentially what happens to any organ donor. Depending on which
Right.
organ's going to whom, you are essentially experiencing the fate of Voldemort. You are simultaneously going to exist in the number of people who receive whatever number of organs are utilizable, are practically recyclable. And at that
Now,
point, yeah, go on.
my
Yes.
own question is, and this is just kind of asking you now, because you obviously of your genetic background,
Mhm.
do you have any side effects from the blood boys besides obviously your pre-diabetic stage or whatever?
Pre-diabetic.
Do
Which,
you
by
have
the way,
any
thank you.
memories?
Thank you for bringing that up. By the way, just so everyone knows, my pre-diabetic status has gone down by several points, down to where I'm just a few
Okay.
points, a few points into pre-diabetes, as opposed to being, it never was high, but I was definitely concerned about it. But just so everybody knows, that condition's stabilizing a little bit because I have lectured the blood boys incessantly about sweets. So it has gone down. But aside from that, yes, I have actually broached this topic before and brought it up, that when people have asked me, like Brendan on the air, how'd you know about that? Something only young people know about. And I said, yeah, well, I get a lot of the memories from the blood boys just directly through their blood. They're not
Okay.
even telling me. So yes, I do get a lot of, shall we say, input from the younger generation. Let's just say on tap. And so, yeah,
Right.
that having been said, I do want people to understand, when you get a blood transfusion, yes, that will also happen to you to a limited degree. Most people are not getting so much blood that they'll ever really notice it. But some people might be sensitive enough to the point where they'll notice something like, oh, well, my dreams are kind of weird, or something of that nature. In my case, I know exactly where it's sourcing from, so I'm comfortable with absorbing these new memories or these new, bits of information that otherwise I did not absorb through conventional informational cataloging. In other words, I didn't absorb it visually or audially or through the normal senses. I literally imbibed it orally. And so it's something to bear in mind. But
Right.
back to Sammy, and there's so much that can be done with this. And I do want to say this, actually, in all fairness, most MDs, because of all the shit they've seen,
Right.
actually cannot deny the existence of a soul. There's very few MDs, in my opinion, from my experience, that actually are atheistic or in denial of the soul. Most of them, they don't talk about it because professionally they are they're not encouraged to do so. And they have people come in to try and provide spiritual solace to patients.
Right.
But yeah, you do have a lot of medical professionals that are not necessarily MDs, although some MDs are among them, who are pure out and out atheists. I remember some woman who was supposed to be a counselor for people in palliative care, meaning on death's door, hospice care. I dealt with one specialist who, when I was bringing up the last thing that a person sees and how they have this vision of the other side, and she's saying, yes, that's this gift that evolution provides us so that we can deal with, our infinite demise, that our demise,
Right.
which leaves us, with nothing. And I
Right.
was
Right.
like, God damn. And this bitch is
And
counseling people at the end of life? I mean, Jesus Christ. But anyhow, back to Sammy.
well, can I let me get a little personal, okay? And I'll share first. I really do believe my mother wanted to pass on. Okay.
Yeah.
Um, I believe this. She
Was
pretty
this
much missed
because
my
of her
father.
grief? Yeah, she was grieving over your
My
father's death.
father.
Yeah.
She missed my father. She's the type of woman that she just will never remarry. Pretty much her explanation was, I don't want to deal. I don't want to start over with another adult.
Yeah.
My parents were married. They're together for almost 60 years. So
Wow.
they were, they knew each other.
And he'd been married once before that, at least, right?
Well, my dad had, from what we know of, at least maybe 4 or 5 of the children.
Yeah.
But this is prior to meeting her, right?
Yeah.
Or at least, they had breaks, or, I don't know. My point is, she chose to pass on. And the reason why I'm asking you, do you believe your mother, if God forbid, they didn't try to, well, she was targeted, but
Yeah.
would she be the type to want to go because of your not biological, but your actual
legal
George
father.
Dietrich?
Yeah,
legal
George
father?
Dietrich. Yes, the man who raised and guided me. Yes.
Right. Or was she that type of predator that in other words, was she still that side of her human side still would want to long for his companionship?
Yeah, I do believe there was an element of that there. I'm not quite sure. Well, obviously, if we take a look, well, yes, I do believe an element of that was there, just to get that stated,
Okay.
that was there. And if we take a look at the dates of their death, it pretty much kind of consummates that. When he died, it was my legal father. When he died, it was at the age of 87 years. And it was during my sister's birth month, the month of March. When my
Right.
mother died, it was exactly 5 years later, at the age of 87, in my sister's birth month of March. So it was almost orchestrated in that sense. Obviously, she had been targeted, and her health had been very much impacted. But let's just say there was when she went, I do feel that there was there was a combination of her choice in going. There were also obviously some mitigating circumstances.
Right.
I do believe she was, well, I know for a fact, aside from the fact that targeting that had happened earlier, which had damaged her heart, effectively irreparably, the fact that the night she died, there was a nurse there that was highly suspect, to say the least. No one that registered on their itinerary, and she was dressed almost as a costume nurse, unlike other nurses dressed today. She was dressed looking like a classical nurse, which no nurse today dresses as. But she was supposedly, oh, she's the foreign nurse, they said, from Taiwan. And that was, of course, my birthplace. And obviously, for those of you who do not know, my mother was born in Tokyo, but Taiwan was obviously a big part of her childhood, for those of you who don't know. But all such being said, I do believe that nurse was dispatched from Taiwan to do what she did, by the Dietrich Artelact, which effectively, for those of you who don't know, this would take hours to explain. I'm not going to go into it, but effectively is ruled by the Dietrich Artelact, which, again, if you don't know what that is, wait till another episode. But such being said, it was like, well, my mother was going to go anyway. It was almost like this nurse was there to make certain it happened smoothly as possible. And the way she did that was in the middle of the most spectacular storm in San Francisco history. she left the window open, and my mother died that night of pneumonia, which just came in and happened very quickly. The pneumoniacal reaction right in the middle of the night while I was open, which means my mother was ready to go. She did not fight it. Her system did not fight the pneumonia. You get what I'm saying? So it was like,
Yeah.
and so it was, yeah. Well, you're very astute. So okay, so that's what happened. Yes. So go on.
Thank you for sharing it. That was just my question. My mom died at the age of 69. So my father was 69.
Wow.
My mother died in November, and then my dad died actually about maybe 5 days after my 18th birthday. So,
Wow.
they were both 60. So there is correlation to it. It's just, this is just me wondering because, it's just curious. But back to what we're talking about, like I said, I probably lost my train of thought.
No. You were talking about the Brazilian butt implants and their use of cadaver fat. And we were on that train of thought. Continue. Yeah.
No, like I said, that they also, I'm not sure if they use that for lip injections. I could be wrong, but
got it. Go on.
There's plenty of procedures. It's just, I just thought that little detail my sister told me was kind of odd in the sense that why would they use recycled, human fat? But then again, it's the States, it's America, that's probably the most organic shit that we do. So,
But then we were talking about also the person who you know of who is a harvester, for lack of
that's right.
That she must be a very hard person to withstand all that pain, because your average person could not stomach the pleading eyes of a person while you're basically tearing them apart while they're alive.
That's another thing too. That's almost, you're literally a butcher, pretty much. But from what he was telling me, she makes really good money. Like the money is great. It's just, I don't know. That's harvesting organs.
Well, I'm thinking we gotta remember, I guess Trump has removed any kind of regulation on the cosmetics industry as little as they had.
Right.
So maybe it's
By the way, I heard that
now.
recently. What was that about? Why did he do that?
I don't know if that's an RFK thing or just crazy. There's no meat inspectors, for God's sake.
Well, there must have been some
and now it's all
by
coming
Melania.
from Argentina.
Oh, it's all coming from Argentina. Got it.
Yeah, with no meat inspectors. So, oh boy.
Well, essentially, we're turning like, I'm sorry, Doug, but we're turning like the Chinese. We'll be eating whatever wet
pets
markets. Yeah.
Wet markets.
You know how long it would take for Americans to eat the pets if the Doritos stopped coming?
Well, the Americans would start
Not
first.
that long.
Oh, honey, they
not
love their
that
pets
long.
more than their babies. They would
I
eat their
know,
babies
but it
before the
wouldn't
pets,
take all that long.
I mean, if you really do think about it, we don't really know what's in hot dogs. Like, we don't hot dogs, any processed meat.
No, but
Pig
really know.
anuses was what we said in the 70s.
By the way, no, the pig anuses.
Nouts and trotters.
The pig anuses are actually from China in mass, where they are used to make this new type of quote-unquote calamari. When people are eating these calamari rings, and all these white people have been saying, "Oh, that's the best calamari I've ever tasted because it's not rubbery."
Man.
I mean, just so you know, the whole reason I love squid or calamari, real calamari, is because it's bouncy and rubbery and has that squid flavor.
Puts up a fight.
Yeah, but you remember the old Americans back in the day when they had the stupid fish sticks and they were complaining about fish, that was the ads. The ads was, it tastes fishy. I mean, well,
Yeah.
it's fish, you idiot. But then they
Fuckers.
said, well, then these fish sticks don't taste fishy. Remember that shit, Holly? Do you remember that?
Oh man,
Those
denatured.
Yes, those commercials. Yeah, well,
Totally.
that's what Americans are like with calamari. They're eating this new calamari. They're saying this calamari's not rubbery and it doesn't have that squid in it. Yeah, because it's pigs' anuses, you dumb fuck.
And it's economical.
Yeah,
it's in the.
Yeah.
They're
It's
eating
in the.
chitlins.
Yes, that's right. Anal chitlings. Thank you, Sammy. But
Tripas.
what else Sammy was alluding to that comes to mind is, aside from that, because we went in that direction, it also explains why I didn't get at first why Sammy used the term Brazilian butt lips. Now I get it, what he meant by that term, the same cadaver fat being used in the butt implants. It may
Would you
also,
look it up?
yeah, may also be used.
Butt lift photos.
Yeah, must also be used for, may also be used for lips. But such having been said, yeah, it's bizarre that would be used, but probably the easiest to work with that the body won't reject. It probably because it's not a synthetic element. But nevertheless,
True.
it is odd.
And you've talked at length about what is it, 10 body fluids that are commodities?
I have in the past, I believe, yeah.
At long length.
Yeah.
All kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
I was wrong about Fight Club. They were getting it from the hospital.
Okay.
Sucked out of the living.
What did you think was going on with Fight Club? The lard for their soap or something? What was
Yeah.
Okay.
That was the secret of the soap.
Okay. Got it. The lard of the living. That was and
yeah.
So in terms of what Sammy brought up, obviously, before we get back to this person who must be very hard to be dealing with butchering people, you were also speaking about the concept of, well, the reality of death itself, and that you feel that ultimately a judgment is passed on everyone, regardless whether they're aware of time or not. Correct?
Right. That's something that I do believe. But like I told you, some of my indoctrination in a sense, instead of how can I say this? I've been kind of waking up in a sense that to a certain aspect of how someone interprets their judgment, I really do believe also that it kind of does correlate to the type of vibration they're living a lot. You can have you can be religious and just be the most evil person in the world.
Many of the most evil people in the world are the most religious. Yes,
absolutely. They can quote they can quote the Bible, but be abusing many children or pull the gun on you for no reason. Or
Obama said the Westboro Baptist Church was the most hateful people he'd ever met.
That's funny as hell. Oh my god!
But no, I mean that makes a lot of sense. So, well, that's one of the things that I've kind of understood. I'll give you an example. Okay, if let's say we were having a party, right? The one thing I can't stand is if you're invited to a party, you need to act accordingly, right? Meaning, bring some champagne or bring a bottle of tequila, something that, add, bring a little perico, a little nose candy if you want, if you're into that, whatever. Some blood, if you're into that, whatever. My point is, if your lifestyle does not match, or you just are not going to, blend in with the party, then just don't go, right? You're just going to kill the party.
Yeah. Like the kind of person who goes there and starts preaching, or what was it? The kids of who's that guy again? The Rainer schizo kid who who was fucking up the party. Anyhow, go on before I go into weird
I'm
tangents.
allergic to cigarette smoke.
Yeah, that's like
That's a killjoy.
yeah.
Well, one of the things that that I've learned is a lot of religious folks are very gluttonous. They don't drink and they don't smoke, or they don't drink, they don't partake, or they don't do certain things. But the one thing they do is it's a lot of gluttony
So
in
sad.
in the religious world. Okay. And maybe you guys don't understand. I mean, I can understand.
Oh,
I
I
don't
get it.
blame you
No,
guys.
I get it.
Banquets?
It's like they feel
Oh, I'm
that's the one thing they
drooling
can
here,
indulge
man.
in,
Okay.
which is really funny
So
because
you
it's
guys-
one of the
Sign
7
me
deadly
up.
sins. Yeah, but go on.
No, I'm okay. So you guys have an idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one thing that one of my sister does is because she has kids that are in elementary, but there's also religious kids. They're part like of this religious sector, kind of like Jehovah's Witness, but not necessarily, but pretty close, kind of like cult or whatever.
Yeah.
So coming from that environment, knowing that environment, what my sister does is she puts out like little snacks when those religious kids and their parents are around.
Yeah.
And they eat up the snacks, and then once she starts the party with, she brings out, the liquor, obviously for the adults, not for the kids, but
one would hope, yes.
But there's beer and there's alcohol, mixed drinks for the parents, then the religious folks, they leave because, I get it, they feel uncomfortable, or they want to feel they can't just have a good time is what I'm trying to say without drinking. Because even me, I can be, believe it or not, in the January world that I've been just being introduced to, a lot of the engineers party, like they party.
Cool.
Cool. It makes sense. You're under a lot of pressure. You got to meet deadlines. Which kind of coincides with what you were telling me when it came to, the think tanks. What were they really in it for? They weren't in it to, change the world. They're in it to make money and party.
Yeah.
That they really don't do anything. They're just think tanks. Well, I can be around them. I don't do those things, and not that I'm any better than them. It's just my own personal boundaries. I just have this personal boundary that I don't partake in certain stuff that it just doesn't feel right. So I just don't do it. The same thing goes with these religious folks. Is my sister brings out the actual good stuff when they leave, because she knows that if she brings it out too early, they're going to pretty much gluttonize and eat everything. And it works. They leave. But it's because that particular side of the religious sector is their actual, I guess, vice is gluttony. And I believe it because, pay attention to a lot of the reverends, they're not in the best shape. They're,
Are they hungry at home?
No, they just.
It's just they substitute. And I'm not saying they don't fornicate and they don't do anything. Of course they do. It's the biggest freaks are in the church. Let's just keep it real. Douglas, what I'm talking about.
Oh hell yeah.
He's corrupted a couple, I'm sure. But my point is, the gluttony is one of the things that is prevalent. It's just they try to say, well, gluttony's not really. They don't like to call it that, but we just enjoy food. But not.
I know. One of the things I can tell you is, and by the way, just so people know, because people have sent me a few notes since I explained the whole Ash Wednesday thing, assuming that I'm Roman Catholic. My father never allowed me to be baptized when I was a child because he wanted me to make that decision for myself as an adult. And
Quite right.
and when I went to the Roman Catholic Church, and I said, "Hey, I've never been baptized." I was taken in. I was taken in by one of the Jesuits, to have lunch. And while I was having lunch with them, they had Filipino servants, bringing them food, and these guys chowed down. This is like, they had the finest cuisine that was just served to them on a platter by Filipino servants who are just thinking they're doing God's work, by serving the Jesuits' order,
Bless their heart.
Yeah, bring these white guys food. And I was thinking, damn, this is like a 4-star restaurant. These guys eat like this every day, 3 times a day, in general, unless there's some fast going on or something, I would presume.
Right.
I'm just presuming, which may not even be true. But so believe me, I know what you speak.
That sounds like Opus Dei shit.
Oh, honey, that's Opus Dei is amateur shit. That's layman's crap. Oh, honey, really, it really is.
Yes and no, but I never did understand the whole role of Jesuits. But never mind. Keep going. Some other time.
Yeah,
I got to study that on my own.
Stormtroopers of the Inquisition is all you need.
Right. I heard that bit.
Yeah, but such having been said, so Sammy, we get it. I mean, the people who are religious, this is the problem, and they're trying to be righteous, but you got to have something. No,
and I'm not saying you don't. It's just
that they're smug about it.
They take it.
They're smug about it. Is my point.
Yeah, and they take it to an extreme, and it's very sad.
Right.
It's very sad. And it's obviously they're compensating for their lack of pleasure in other areas of stress release. So I mean, this is why it's important that Christians drink, is because European Christians, alcohol was what disambiguated them from Muslims. Right. Who, quote unquote, don't drink. And go on.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but that's another thing that she actually discovered. One of the things about like the Southern California school system is it's almost like cliques of private school districts in charter schools. Yeah. So if you belong to a charter school, everybody knows each other. There's this program called KIPP. Okay. So you're a KIPP student. Yeah. KIPP is KIPP. Where it's great.
Do you know what the acronym is for?
KIPP. KIPP is I forget the acronym what it means, but I know it's KIPP.
Okay.
Because
it's a corporation that owns a chain of charter schools.
Sounds like a program.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's a program. Pretty much what they do is
program. Okay.
They pretty much train children to know how to be a student, and it's great in the sense that their teachers, they get paid well, but one of the things is their teachers have to be available up to maybe like 7 p.m. Like they can actually call their teachers directly for for help. They have access, but it's like their schedules from 7 to 7. 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So,
that's a cool mind.
Damn, that's grueling. Yeah. But by the way, Brendan Sogit says KIPP is an acronym for Knowledge is Power Program.
Oops.
There you go. Knowledge is power.
Okay, so, Brandon knows about it. My point is, all the religious kids from that were all very sexualized. Like
God damn.
Like
Damn.
the text messages were always, talk about dildos and and butts and I'm being PG here, okay? But
he's toning it down for the adults. Believe that shit. Sam, he's toning it down.
Anytime you involve kids,
were they persecuting the girls?
No, but the kind of, and then it's kind of annoying because believe it or not, obviously
Because the girls
12-year-olds
are
now,
bitches too,
12-year-olds
and they're
nowadays are
persecuting the boys. Yeah.
12-year-olds nowadays are very aware. Like a 12-year-old
Yeah.
now is very much aware. You know, they may not know the nuts and bolts of, you know, the deed, but they're aware of, you know.
I think they do. Yeah. It's
Yeah,
really
yeah.
something.
I think they know the nuts and bolts myself, but go.
Yeah.
Oh, you
I
know,
think
come
they
on.
do.
I just feel uncomfortable. Like, I feel a little uncomfortable, but it's the reality. You guys are right. It's
Yes.
just, you know, they know is what I'm trying to say.
Mind-boggling.
Yes.
These religious kids are very hypersexualized for some reason.
God damn.
But
well, we
you
know
know,
why, because many religious people are extremely hypocritical, and I
right.
mean, face it, the Bible is X-rated. The Bible basically it's seething
Sure
with
is.
sexuality. It's seething
Old
with
Testament.
sexuality,
Big
and
time.
Well,
it's
And
I call
murder
it.
and mayhem.
and it's also, you know, the doctrine of fornication, and you know, you're gonna burn in hell. The thing is, though, and as a kid growing up in a, you know, similar environment, that kind of sparks your interest more.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
well, maybe I do want to burn in hell. You know, this.
But you got to be
You know.
chaste till
Yeah.
marriage in
Yeah.
this society.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Oh
Well,
no.
well, it's obvious that all the most boring ass people on earth go to heaven. So.
Well, my
Right.
point is, can
That
you
was always
imagine,
my
Doug,
attitude. Fuck no.
like, Doug, can you imagine if you had Instagram and all these at your fingertips back in San Quentin prep? You know, God knows, you know.
My God.
Oh, there
You
would have
know,
been no hope. There would have been no hope. But
I
yeah.
mean, screw trying to, you know, make the Dietrich Arterlich. You would not be interested in that.
Yeah.
You know.
Right, yes.
And who knows? You know, I'm just, obviously I'm being facetious, but you know what I mean. It's scary. It's scary.
No, it's
People
terrifying.
today.
Yeah, go on.
People today are whole different animals.
Yeah, they really are. They
They
really
are whole different animals, and so I'm just trying to acknowledge that and get along.
Okay, guys, I have to
Yes.
do some daddy duties,
Okay.
but you know,
Well, we love you dearly.
it was great talking to you guys.
Yes.
It
good.
was. And Douglas, I
probably-
kind of got to edge out too.
Okay. Well, both of you say goodnight to our
You'll
audience.
be okay.
Yes. Love you both.
Good night.
Yeah.
Good night. But
Good night.
all. And thank you.
Yes.
Good night, Heather.
Good night, Sam.
Sammy.
Bye. Love you.
Douglas.
Blessed be.
All right.
honey. Okay. Yes.
Bye.
And so there we are. Now, Brendan, how are you? Say hi, if you would be so kind. And of course, Heather, say hi to him. Maybe that'll draw him out. I'm not coming on.
Hey, Brandon.
It's like give the
Just like
tear.
here.
What's that, honey? Say that again.
Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, I'm crying because he's not coming on. Give him the crying
Where you can
emoji.
hear better or something.
Yes, there we are. Yes, can hear you better now. He's typing now, and thank you, Heather, for joining us. And so yeah, now you can try and draw Brendan out. Ask him a question. Indefinite hiatus. It's like, oh my goodness, what a guy. And let me give him another crying emoji with that. And
Typing?
yeah, he's finished typing. He says he's not coming on. Indefinite hiatus. He's playing hard to get. Yes, it's just here we are. This will be the but he's on the call. That's interesting, and that's okay. You know, people can come on the call and just hang out. You know, members of Team Dietrich, and I guess it's all right. It's like having a person in a how would we say it, at an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting or some kind of circle talk like that. You could almost say circle jerk, and one of them just keeps nodding and smiling, you know, instead of participating. But you know, no point in forcing people. Well, you know, I speak to him personally. Hopefully he's open for that. And but other than that, yeah, it is what it is. How about yourself, Heather? How's Vin doing at the moment? I mean,
And how are you doing?
what?
He says he's doing great.
Okay, good, good. That's nice.
Yeah, he's
He-
right here if you want to say hi.
yeah, please. By all means.
How are you?
Fine. Much the better for speaking with you. How are you? How's yourself? How's your mom?
Good. Everyone's good. Everyone's good. Just getting ready for the big day tomorrow. So
Yeah. And for you, the big day is what?
getting married to Heather.
Oh, what? You didn't tell us this,
Yeah.
Heather. What the fuck?
Yeah. You know,
What?
we might as well do it. So yeah.
Oh. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess you've all tabulated, like, well, like, does like you guys your checks merge or what? At that point, I guess
know,
we shouldn't be
probably
asking that
both
question
get
on
cut
air.
off.
Of course, you don't need to answer that, but
Well, no. It's I only got so long, so I figured, she deserves it. She's so lucky to have me. I mean, I just,
I tried to explain to him. The truth is that if he's not here, I don't want to be here. I'm not going to live a happy, secure
yeah,
life.
so I sort of got stuck.
yes, got it. And so all such being said, I think that your congratulations are in order. I mean, I'm just so
Thank you.
shocked. I mean, congratulations. I'm
Well,
proud
we've
of.
only been talking about it for like years.
Yeah,
Heather's been talking about it since the first month she met me.
yeah. Well, I've never I mean, well, yeah, it's just such a bit. How's your mom feel about this? And
She's good. She's good.
and
Yeah,
yeah.
she's a Christian, so she doesn't like us sleeping together.
Okay.
Yeah, I suggested, I suggested if she had a problem, she could marry Heather so he can get
That's
her
cute.
social security. Yeah, mom's social security instead, but
Yeah.
mom wasn't into that either. So
Yeah. That's adorable. I mean, that's quite the suggestion. I know you said it in
Yeah.
jest, but but what about
you never know.
where is this happening? The great wedding.
The surprise justice of the peace, right after we get our marriage license there. One-stop shop.
Wow. Okay. And so you're going to drive back there tomorrow for him?
Yeah, it's only like 10 miles from our house.
Okay, great. Well, okay, again, I'm just in shock. And congratulations. And of course, both of you
Thank
realize
you.
Brendan Zogan is also licensed to marry people, and yeah, he could do it too. That this should drag him on. Actually, I know it won't, but still, it would be funny if it did. He is licensed to carry out marriages, people. So if anyone wants a Brendan Zogan marriage, they're welcome to it. Not quite sure what that would be like, but at any rate, but this man of the cloth that you're dealing with sounds like. So what's the denomination?
It's you just basically, it's not you. You go and get your marriage license.
Yeah.
There's like 4 or 5 places in the Phoenix area. One of them Surprise, and there's 4 justice courts there.
Wow.
So when the justice courts close at 5 o'clock, if depending on the day of the week or whatever, 1 or 2 of the judges will stay after and do 15-minute marriages for $100.
Wow. And so there's no real denominational theme to this?
No, they're real judges in the same building as where the marriage license has to be filed.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay.
So I mean,
Wow.
you got something, because the officiant can't give you the marriage license.
Oh.
He has to file it. So this is sort of the way to go. You got the judge right there, easy peasy, pay off the judge because you can't do cash in the courthouse. I mean, you can't do charge and so pay the judge between 100 125, and if you get a traffic ticket and you're lucky enough to get him, you'll probably be okay.
Damn, that's great. I mean, so it really is a cash payout. It's a cash payout, which is
because they don't have to do it. They don't have to do it. So, people, I'm sure, once upon a time they asked them. So, sometimes they take turns. You call in to make sure they're going to be there tomorrow. Someone's going to be there and they'll do it, and someone will do it. And, for 15 minutes, I mean, they can make $300-400 extra bucks. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, these are the civil judges, the ones that do traffics and evictions and, little things. This isn't the Supreme Court.
Yeah. By the way, Sheila Gavin in chat says congratulations in advance to Heather and Vinny. Okay.
Thank you. Well, here, I'll give you back to Heather because I guess I have some shaving to do for our big honeymoon night tomorrow.
Yeah, well, at least you don't have to do what I do and shave your whole body. But,
No.
you're welcome to try that.
No, I know. I've done that before. But the funny thing is, Heather said she really wanted a Hindu ceremony. And I'm like, great. So she looked up what ISKCON said. And ISKCON's like, she looked it up. And one of the rules is that sex is only for procreation. So if you aren't going to have kids, you can't. Even if you're married, you don't procreate because you need to concentrate on God. So I'm not sure she's still thinking of a Hindu ceremony.
Yeah. Let's hope not.
Anyway, here's
well, bless you, Vin.
Yeah.
Congratulations. That's incredible.
Thank you, Douglas, and everyone else. Thank you so much. But yeah. So Heather may switch to a different ceremony.
No, his mom had like 3 different weddings, and when she got married, she had a church wedding, and then she had a Vedic fire ceremony.
Oh wow, cool. I mean, all of that is incredible. I mean, it's I
don't think we're going to, though. We're not going to because, people plan their wedding down to the flowers and the food and who's going to sit where. It's like we're not planning anything.
Yeah. Well,
just make sure all that the stars are aligned, I guess.
Yeah, well, that's a day of joy. I'm so glad you've been able to share that with us all tonight, and it really makes tonight a special night. I'm just overjoyed. Just
well, yeah, it's really not in my chart, but because of the way that the cards have fallen or the cards have been laid out, this is just the time that I have to be happy. So I'm gonna just go for it and be happy. I mean, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah. And so Aristides, by the way, are you still with us? Are you hearing all this? Let's see if Aristides is still with us. And that would be interesting. I would appreciate it if he was. That would be great. I mean, it's about what time is it right now? 10. So 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 12 to 1. It'd be about 1 a.m. where he's at. Let's see if he's still up, so to speak. I guess he's not, but Brendan is still up. Yes. Yeah, you've heard all this, dear Brendan. Feel free to join us if you're more than welcome to break your vow of silence any time. I was going to show just how crowded my calendar is. I guess I should have done that at the beginning with Aristides. But yeah, Aristides, if you're still up, feel free to come on. I'll do the screen share with you. In the interim, let's share that with Heather Holman. So there, let's see if we can get to the Google Calendar. So here we are, honey. Basically, Ash Wednesday today. Gave a call to Victoria Lauren Hobbs. Of course, this is the day of in-laws. So in Chinese New Year, the groom, it Vin, would be brought to the parents. You've already got him there at home on site. Yeah. And when it comes to tomorrow, well, tomorrow is the day that rats marry. Yeah. Basically, in Chinese folklore, it is the 3rd day of the Asian Lunar New Year, Sinoviet New Year, day 3. This is known as Shudi, which is the day of the rat. It's often used to imply damn it as well, so people can say that Shudi when you're pissed. But at any rate, according to folklore, this is the day that rats marry. So people will leave some grains and crackers in corners to share their harvest with the rats. Then they go to sleep early in order to not disturb the wedding. And this way the rats will not disturb them throughout the year. So tomorrow, the 19th, Thursday is dated the 19th of February, is the day rats marry. And that's when Heather Holman and Vin will also be tying the knot. I mean, it's talk about synchronicity. I mean, Damn, Vin, are you not impressed? I mean, it was meant to be. It's so cute.
He's in the other room.
Yeah.
He's
Well,
in the other room.
yeah.
He's the one that's really pushing for it. I'm just, I can't believe it. And I'm just going along with everything. I cried today. I didn't mean it's a big deal. I don't want it to be like everything's perfect now. So why would I do anything to mess it up,
Yeah, well, it's it's kind of a closure, kind of a sense of closure, and that's cool. And also it is the 84th Japanese Remembrance Day for Japanese Americans of internment. So it's Japanese Internment Day. It was the day that Executive Order 9066 was signed in 1942. And that was that led to the ethnic cleansing of Japanese in the United States of America. And it is something that is a horrific act, a horrific atrocity that is unconstitutional and rendered perversely constitutional only in a retcon, a retroactive continuity by a very corrupt Supreme Court, which thereafter rendered it constitutional for concentration camps and ethnic cleansing. So, in case you don't know, ethnic cleansing and concentration camps are constitutional in America thanks to your corrupt Supreme Court. And again, this was rendered constitutional generations after World War II. And all that having been articulated, of all things, it's Paula MÄhSän's birthday, the child bride of Peter Moon, alias Vinnie Barbaric, or his real name is Vinnie Barbaric, alias Peter Moon. He brought a child bride from Romania, who, of course, hated his guts and eventually freed herself from his dirty clutches. All that being said, quite a bit of activity going on tomorrow in San Francisco. Yesterday, in the driving rain, had to take the lads to Portsmouth Square to receive red envelopes with chocolate coins and prizes from characters representing Choi Soon, the deity of wealth. Matter of fact, I got to remember to italicize that. Here we are. And so that was quite the adventure. And then tomorrow, basically, it's going to be quite the choice and probably trying to hit all of these venues. Starting at 10 p.m. tomorrow night on Pier 15, the Exploratorium in San Francisco, there's an adults-only meet and greet party. So probably going to have to provide security for my son's husband if he decides he's going to have anything to do with that. It wouldn't be to search for a mate. It might be somebody he needs to network with there. He's still pondering on that in terms of the schedules and in terms of finding out who he knows that might be going there. But basically, you're going to have an interaction with multicultural Lunar New Year traditions via drinks, mahjong, the Chungnai dance troupe, tickets at $22.95. It's eminently affordable for most San Franciscans. Same time, 6 to 10 p.m., the California Academy of Sciences will be hosting a night market that will be filled with offerings from local Asian-owned businesses amidst fortune tellers, an LED or light-emitting diode lion dance performance. Tickets at around $250 each, $25. Of course, I'm hoping that we will be attending the most intellectual of all of these events, 8 p.m. 6:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. That will be the Fire Horse panel. Folklore associated with the Fire Horse will be spoken of on site, the Mechanics Institute in San Francisco, via a panel discussion moderated by the Bay Area authoress Maxine Hong Kingston. Tickets at only $17.85. So just an enormous plethora of activities to choose from in San Francisco tomorrow night. Let's check on the weather, which my understanding is that it'll still be probably piss and buckets from the sky. But let's see. Basically, right now, of course, it's still raining. Tomorrow won't be as bad. Tomorrow, the 19th, should all end by noon. So, okay. These things won't be that bad off then, thank the gods of my ancestors. In terms of that, then of course Friday, the 20th, the day after tomorrow, will be, well, the National Whistleblower Reward Day, the World Day of Social Justice. We've got a queer Lunar New Year celebration going on at the Chan National Queer Arts Center in San Francisco, of course, featuring the Gay Men's Chorus, the Mabuhay Bitches, the Masala Mahal, and Philippine X, and more. Tickets at $52 each. For those of you who don't know, the Chinese date's significance will be the farewell day for Yangdi, with farewell to the kitchen god, but welcomes in the day of the sheep. As it was, Brendan says Tai Sui, I guess. Yeah, I wish he would join us so he could say what exactly that he means. But yeah, day 4 of Asian Lunar New Year. Well, it resonates with the 4th day of creation, in which sheep were created on the 4th day by Chinese cosmology. By the way, while the kitchen god is returning to heaven to report on everybody's behavior or misbehavior, then everybody welcomes in the god of wealth, Christiän, on Friday. That will be with offerings of 3 types of meat, fruits, and wines. And at midnight, people will welcome the god of wealth in by opening all the windows and eating and drinking throughout the night until daybreak. Finally, on Saturday, you're going to have the 66th birthday this coming weekend of the Emperor of Japan. Just so everybody knows, yeah, very important national holiday on Monday, the 23rd of February. Of course, it's going to be the International Mother Language Day on Saturday, and as terms of Chinese New Year, basically going to have on day 5, well, it's called Breaking the 5, or think of Breaking Bad, but it's called Break 5. And this is when, after praying to the god of wealth, the markets and stores can open again, and basically everybody indulges in jiaozi, or dumplings. Traditionally, that should be all you eat for 5 days straight. Of course, no one follows that. But everyone's going to have dumplings at least once. And finally, on Sunday, when I return to host our show, it'll be Washington's birthday. And there'll be the day of the horse, on the year of the horse, because on the the day 6 of creation, the 6th day of creation, day 6 of the Sinoviet Lunar New Year, that's when the horse was created. It resonates with the creation of the horse day. It's also the day of the toilet god, when the toilet comes to visit. The toilet god. He's the god of latrines and lavatories. He comes to review or inspect the sanitary conditions of every household. So everybody has to. That toilet day is basically Sunday the 22nd. When I come back.
Right.
Yeah. So you'll hear me say it all over again. So when I return to host the transmission on Sunday night, that's toilet day. Everybody, the god of lavatories, inspects sanitary conditions, so every household cleans that day.
Very
Yeah. Yes. And what a nightmare. Yeah. All that being said, okay, so everybody's kind of caught up with a very busy calendar. Aside from that, honey, yeah, you can replay this segment later and you'll know what to do. Yeah, by the way, I think I sent you. Oh, yeah, do I have your email? I haven't been sending you emails.
I know, but your message that you sent me on the Teams.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you should give me an email that I can send things to so I can keep you up to date on these Chinese things. So,
Okay, sure.
yeah.
Yeah.
Doug Dietrich speedrun to piss off all the deities. He said,
Well, but you know what? I gotta say thank you to you because
yeah.
I know that you keep it real. You don't try to sugarcoat anything, and you know just your opinions and your input. I do listen to it, and I know that sometimes I seem like I don't pay attention or I'm oblivious, but I just came to this realization with all this crap that's happening. I'm not going to see my daughter anymore, and when the police said that they talked to her, I'm assuming they talked to somebody that's been using her social security number and her name, and so, I just know that what I feel in my heart is that I'm not going to see my daughter again. So this is like, I'm just going to kind of run with this happiness because I still really can't face, probably the grueling truth about what happened to my daughter. But as the Epstein files all come out, I'm sure that I'll figure it out.
Well, honey, are you implying that you feel there might be a connection between your daughter
Well,
and
yeah,
the
my
Epstein?
daughter was a model, and like it's already come out that like just too many coincidences and things
I see.
that make sense
Yeah.
that never made sense before. Like I never even had a way to think about a lead to, what to do about it or anything.
Mhm.
But just like little just consistencies and all the stories my heart tells me, and my heart doesn't lie.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, honey. I appreciate you sharing that. That's
Well, I appreciate your honesty. That's all I can say. You didn't try to make me feel better, try to give me some bullshit.
Mhm. Yeah, well, I mean, you're an adult, and you always have been an adult. In fact, you were forced to mature very early in life, and I think you've matured profoundly at a young age, and I appreciate that. Thank you so much, and for sharing what you've just shared. And believe me, you're in our prayers. Your daughter, wherever she's at, she's in our prayers. And yes, it's a thought. There may be a connection here because, well, we've had one case of a young model recently who realized she was kidnapped when Epstein was providing her with a modeling opportunity. So
That's what it just seems like.
yeah.
A lot of the addresses and the names on things,
Oh.
and just the dates and things like that.
Mhm.
Something else that's kind of peculiar is that I never look in my iCloud account, so I've never accessed the information in my iCloud account. And the other day I was looking at it, and there is some weird like Excel spreadsheet with like maybe 15 of my Skype contacts.
Mhm.
And I used to have like 2,000 Skype contacts. These were like selected. And I just don't even know where that came from. That was generated somehow,
Mhm. Mhm.
and you're on the list.
Wow.
Well, yeah, it says Douglas Dietrich 1966 because that was your old Skype account.
Oh, okay. Was he? Wait a second.
Yeah,
No,
that was your name.
oh, well, I mean, what I can tell you is that I believe that that's on that list, but is that what you consciously remember as that being my Skype ID?
Vaguely, I kind of do. I'm just going to show you it just for the heck of it, just because it is have your name and you should see what it says. Because, I mean, two of the people on it, I don't even recognize their names. They're model cam girls.
Yeah.
And like the person I was living with at the time was one. My niece was one. I mean, it just screams fishy, something's fishy about it.
Yeah. Because to my conscious memory, I've only had the Skype idea of Douglas Dietrich 1, and there might have been because I was forced to create a second account, maybe that was Douglas Dietrich 1966, and that's the one that ultimately got, caught in this time loop where it's kind of like
yeah, it's the one where you had your face shot or your head shot with like half of your headshot and half of some robot or something weird.
Oh, no,
Remember?
it's the eyeball. The eyeball.
Okay.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
orb. The orb. Yes.
Yeah, that was it.
Yes. Okay. So, okay, that's probably
But
that's
it
really
does say something. It does identify you, and it has an explanation, and that's why I'm sharing it. It says something that I have never heard. Like, I've heard a lot of things and read a lot of things about how people define you,
hmm Yeah.
but this is something that I've never heard before.
Okay, which is
I'm looking. I'm
okay.
trying to find it right now.
Understood. That's cool. And yes. So such having been said, yeah. This is not over. Corporate America's Epstein reckoning is gathering steam. The price of admission to Epstein's world was silence. By the way, our man Brendan is saying it's my botch dossier. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, Heather.
I just laughed.
Yes, there we are. Yes, cool. And anyhow, Microsoft says it doesn't think that Americanized firms are United States ICE, the Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, is. Microsoft claims they're not using its own tech for mass surveillance of civilians. I mean, well, whatever. This is the kind of denial that I'm hoping nobody buys. Obviously, all the corporations are involved. But all that being said, now let's see if we can get started into monologue tonight. We're gonna wait for a few moments here, see if Heather finds that. By the way,
I'll find it and I'll just add it, and
well,
it'll be no big
Sheila
deal.
Gavin, by the way, says blessings with the prayer symbol and tons of love to Heather with a heart.
Oh, thank you so much, Sheila. You said Sheila Gavin, right?
Yes.
Yeah, she's like VIP, #1 fan.
There we are. Cool. So, basically, Heather is grateful for your input there, honey, and
Thank you.
yeah.
I appreciate that.
Yes, that's great, and always lovely to have this interface. Okay, then. So there is some encouraging news about the Tumbler Ridge shooting victim, Maya Gabala, the 12-year-old who's credited with trying to lock a library door in the secondary school when the shooter approached, has been in intensive care since Tuesday with bullet injuries to the head and neck. While Maya's prognosis was initially not considered good, she is now capable of notable movement on her left side, although not on her right. I do want people to understand that in no way, shape, or form am I ignoring this incident. And the only reason I'm not going into it tonight is because we can certainly save that for Sunday night. It is something that will literally, even just briefly addressing where that topic takes us, will take at least an hour of intensive context because of the propagandization, the exploitation and propagandization of incidents such as this. So we're not going to dive into it tonight, but again, Sunday, I'll go into it more than likely, and I'm stating that here for everyone to know. In the interim, I did see Wuthering Heights over the past few days. That was one of the, I wouldn't call it a highlight, but it bears going into. First off, a lot of people do not know even the meaning of the word. So, know that Emily Bronte's Wuthering Heights is one of the most popular and influential novels in English literature. The book having inspired countless film adaptations, including Emerald Fennell's controversial 2026 rendition starring Margot Robbie and Jacob Elordi, as well as hit songs and, well, oh so much more. By the way, I'm getting a notification suggesting saying, turn off notifications from snipping tool. We notice you haven't opened these in a while. Snipping tools? What? I don't even know what the fuck that is. I mean, at any rate, however, despite the book's popularity, many people might still find themselves unaware of what the term wuthering actually means. Of course, I had to tutor the lads on this. Wuthering is a very real word, albeit one that few people use or know in modern times. Though I promised myself to use it more. It describes one of the novels. Brendan says, wuthering. Like, I presume he means how I should be pronouncing it. Wuthering heights. Wuthering. Thank you, Brendan. I appreciate that. Don't be afraid to come on and just say it. This is where I miss his interjections. But, okay. Wuthering. Describes one of the novel's most central and consequential images. Yeah. Wuthering. Yeah, I get it. I fucking get it, Brendan. It's like, honestly, his I don't know which is worse. His interjections are his text. Now, the word wuthering is an adjective that, according to the Cambridge Dictionary, is used to describe a wind that is blowing very strongly, or a place where the wind blows strongly. Obviously inspired by the windswept moors that were part of the landscape that Emily Bronte herself grew up with. It's sometimes used interchangeably with the word withering, as in WHITHER, wither, as in hither and thither, goest whither. Though this term is much rarer, and both have their roots in the old Norse term. I think it's called vita, or vita. I am going to enter it so that Brendan can pronounce it. So, Brendan, here you go. There's the old Norse term for you. You tell me how that's fucking pronounced. I'm going to enter that as well into our chat. And believe me, I'm just saying this because it's coming towards a cathartic event. But, okay, this vita, evita. It means squall of wind. You can see that here, by the way. I'm going to put this into both the text box and into chat. So, access that, and meanwhile, I'm going to enter that here into the infinite call, and hopefully that will provide an etymological image. Okay, I'll get to politics soon enough, but believe me, I did want to cathart about this. He said, Kvita, 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 or Kvita? You have to pronounce it, Brendan. In essence, wuthering means extremely windy, and Bronte, ever the consummate wordsmith, could not have chosen a more apt term to title her sole novel. Wind, and specifically the wind that blows across the moors surrounding Catherine Earnshaw and Heathcliff's homes in the novel, Wuthering Heights, is a character in itself in the book, creating a haunting atmosphere of chaos and desolation that pervades the entire story. Wuthering is also a variation on terms of wither and wither, as in plants withering, according to C. Close Robinson's Glossary of Words Used in the Dialect of Mid-Yorkshire, published in 1876, which you can access here in full via my Detriconic link, which I provide in our text box right now, then as well as in chat, of course. Let me get that in here. Then, okay, let me respond first to Brendan Boy. And then we're going to enter that here. And then press that button. And there you go with that. So, all of that being said, well, these terms they meant at the time that his work was published in 1876 to hurl with an impetus, imparting a trembling or whizzing motion to the object thrown. And wuthering, specifically, could also denote any object of huge size or a person who, in conjunction with a heavy appearance, has a violent manner of displaying activity. Ooh, withering. And this, in the context of this definition and the domestic violence and emotional intensity featured in the book, withering becomes an even more appropriate title. Now, in Bronte's book, Wuthering Heights, it's the name of this remote farmhouse where Kathy lives as a child. It's also the home that a young orphaned Heathcliff moves into when the house's master, Kathy's father, brings him home from London, and the house's imposing cold nature provides the main setting for the novel's primary events. Along with the wild moors outside, the house itself acts as a mirror of the book's protagonists' wild inner natures, which could easily be described as stormy, windy, or perhaps most accurately, withering. As for the latest cinematic rendition, it's been glossed up, brought down to earth, and read through the lenses of gender, class, and race, but ultimately, it's nothing more than a teenage sex dream that ends halfway through the book. Now, our postmodern literary crises has found a new figurehead, thereby, in Emerald Fennell's Wuthering Heights. It's Emily Bronte's 1847 classic for a culture that's denigrated literature to the point where it's no longer intended to expand the mind, but to distract it. With its title stylized in quotation marks and a director's statement that it's intended to capture her experience of reading the book at age 14, it uses the guise of interpretation to gut one of the most impassioned, emotionally violent novels ever written, and then toss its flayed skin over whatever romance tropes seem most marketable. Adaptation or not, it's an astonishingly hollow work. Some of this, it can be argued, was already signaled by the film's casting and the choice to obliterate any mention of race, colonialism, or ostracization in the telling of pseudo-siblings Kathy and Heathcliff's destructive codependence. Heathcliff, whose ethnically ambiguous appearance is of great concern to every other character in the book, is played by the white Australian actor Jacob Elordi, which I think pretty much aborts it from the start. So warn a friend. Well, not about the movie, but about the coming year. Because according to Chinese astrology, there's a reason your 2026 may already feel intense. Blame the year of the fire horse. As to why it matters, for many people, astrology offers a lens for self-reflection and decision-making, and sometimes a shorthand for explaining why life feels more challenging than expected. In terms of what's between the lines, well, the Lunar New Year kicked off yesterday as dated February 17th, but some Chinese astrology traditions marked the zodiacal shift earlier, around February 4th, tied to the solar term known as the start of spring. As for catching up quickly on all of this, fire horse years come around once every 60 years. The most recent was my own birth year of 1966, when Red China's Cultural Revolution began and over 100 million people were mass murdered. It's a moment that in and of itself cements my sign's reputation for upheaval. The fire horse marks a sharp shift from last year's introspective wood snake, moving from contemplating which path to take and shedding the old skin to taking that path and galloping forward. The fire horse is a year about following what our souls tell us to do. In practical terms, fire horse energy is oft associated with big moves, including changing jobs, relocating, and ending relationships or growing a family. This meaning appeals to those looking for a reason to make a leap or a sign that positive change is afoot. But, or should I say, yes, but, don't do too much too fast. Compare the fire horse to pouring gasoline into your car. A burst of energy that can be productive but risky without restraint. As to what we're also watching, Mercury will be in retrograde from February 26th through to March 20th, when the planet appears to move backward as Earth passes in its orbit. Astrologers often associate the period with glitches, a symbolic response to the planet's apparent backward motion. Now remember, we had one motherless fucking idiot on this program, an imbecile by the name of Vinnie Barbaric, who paraded under the pseudonym of Peter Moon, who blamed everything on Mercury retrograde. Matter of fact, he blamed everything going wrong with his last visit to the Atlantic run, the one they had to end because he shat himself on stage and concerned everyone they were all going to catch some form of COVID that, he pinned the blame on Mercury retrograde. Please, whatever you do, stop blaming everything on Mercury retrograde. You don't want to be another Vinnie Barbaric or Peter Moon, if that name resonates more with an idiot who's both a dick and an ass simultaneously. Peter and Moon, get it? Well, physically, Mercury retrograde is simply an optical illusion, a trick of perspective, similar to how a slower car can appear to move backward when you pass it on the highway. In terms of a reality check, astrology assigns symbolic meaning to seasons and planetary motion, even though astronomy explains those same movements through Earth's orbit and mechanics. The bottom line being, for people who buy into it, astrology offers a shared language for talking about inner lives, uncertainty and change, and a way to feel connected to something bigger than ourselves. But Deborah Bird, the editress-in-chief of the astronomy site Earth Sky, acknowledges that even scientific astronomers joke that Mercury is in retrograde when something goes wrong. Internationally, well, here we are with Brendan Zogit again. Oh, how I miss his interjections when he would just blurt out something. But he says, here we are. Mercury in retrograde dates for 2026. Yes, Eastern time. First retrograde, February 26th through March 20th of this year. He's got the second and the third listed. We don't need to know about that right now, but thank you so much for that. I mean, thank you for that, Brendan. I'll try and mark that on the calendar myself. But yeah, our listeners don't need the other two right now. Well, I mean, if you really must, because people will then demand it. Okay, first Mercury retrograde, February 26th to March 20th. Second retrograde, June 29th through July 23rd. Third retrograde, October 24th through November 13th. There, you have it now. Mark it on your calendar. You can blame everything that goes wrong in your life on that if you so wish. And in terms of things going wrong, and I mean really, really fucking Mercury retrograde level wrong, internationally, the ex-America trade is off to a roaring start in 2026. Global stocks are off to a strong start in 2026 by outpacing the United States by roughly 9 percentage points, the worst relative showing for American markets since 1995. While a weaker dollar plays a small role, the shift hints that investors may be reassessing a decade of heavy bets on American imperial dominance and looking abroad for growth. By the way, our man Brendan follows up on Mercury retrograde in the Sanskrit as Vakribud, like Vakribud, Buddha, like, yeah, signifies a period of intensive introspection, karmic review, and inward energy rather than just chaotic disruption. Excellent points. And he's got some don'ts for us. Avoid signing major contracts, making huge non-refundable purchases, or starting new projects, unless they are continuations of past work. Do review projects fix technological issues, back up data, practice patience in communication, and reflect upon personal goals. Thank you so much for that. I will add that to my calendar. Domestically, this is what a white-collar recession looks like. The BLS, or the Bureau of Labor Statistics' latest shows top-line gains, but federal and financial services jobs are shrinking, professional services openings have fallen, and wage growth is cooling. With all this in mind, his own handlers of Donald Trump, that is, are expecting that Trump is going to be destroyed in the midterms and that the Republican Party itself will face a reckoning. That's why Trump's babbling on about nationalizing the elections. If he were to succeed with that totally unconstitutional plan, there would no longer be any legitimate elections. His handlers know that the Democrats are going to take control of the House and most likely, in fact, likely inevitably, the Senate. They know the people to be elected will be elected to do only one thing: stop all the insane bullshit Trump has started. They know Trump will be impeached, convicted, and removed from office in 2027. They're actually counting on it, but they want it done on their schedule, which means more than halfway through Trump's term, so that J.D. Vance can then run for president twice instead of once. The new Congress will be seated more than a fortnight, that's the old in English, a fortnight, literally 14 nights, it has 12 weeks before the midpoint of the term, so there's a definite possibility that they could move fast enough to beat the deadline. Trump's handlers can't take that chance. They need the proceedings to drag on until at least the 21st of January in 2027. They know the Democrat-controlled Congress will not allow J.D. Vance's handlers to ramrod through their racist, misogynistic, homophobic, Christian theocracy plans to render Margaret Atwood's self-loathing, psychomasochistic fantasy, The Handmaid's Tale, into reality. But they're hoping the new Congress will be so busy trying to clean up the innumerable messes Trump has created that they won't notice a few of those things being slipped into the assorted bills being run through the committees. This brings us to populism's self-defeating trap and Trump's retreat. As America abandons our global leadership role, it is difficult to overstate just how reactionary Trump's 2025 national security strategy is. With unusual clarity, the second Trump maladministration has exposed the central paradox of populist governance, a political movement that rose to power with promises that it would restore order and lost confidence has instead produced confusion, disorder, internal contradiction, and strategic incoherence. We should not be surprised. The gap that has opened between campaign rhetoric and the realities of governance was structurally unavoidable. Trump promised outcomes, an end to the war in Ukraine within 24 hours, and American involvement in other conflicts, mass deportations, the reconstitution of American industry, and so on, that he seemed to suppose could simply be willed into being once the liberal elites, all the Roosevelt Socialist New Dealers' federal governance had been shunted aside. Then his rhetoric confronted resistance from reality itself. While governments often implement unpopular policies quietly and bureaucratically, the Trump maladministration has insisted on theatrical effrontery, most obviously during its disastrous ICE operation in Minnesota. This has had the foreseeable consequence of maximizing resistance while minimizing durable results. But as MÄMÄXXVI notes in a perceptive essay for Unheard, all this misperformance may be an attempt to steer the maladministration's immigration policy around an unresolved contradiction. In the words of MÄMÄXXVI, the GOP, or the Grand Old Party, has long been the party of voters who are sick of illegal immigration and the employers who want more of it, and in fact rely on it to maintain their profit margins. That contradiction is even more pronounced now than it was during Trump's first midterm, given that he now enjoys much broader support from business establishment figures like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and Mark Zuckerberg, while simultaneously deploying even more radical rhetoric on immigration. Faced with this intractable tension, the maladministration has resorted to spectacle as a substitute for resolution. But this is only necessary because, as a populist campaigner, Trump refused to consider the trade-offs required by governance, a problem most clearly exposed during the H-1B visa debate. After the 2024 presidential election had been won, it turned out that Trump's rhetoric on immigration meant very different things to very different constituencies, and that his maladministration lacked the conceptual tools needed to arbitrate this disagreement. The same pattern of rhetorical overreach and strategic incoherence is apparent in the maladministration's foreign policy, particularly in its approach to Europe. Trump's 2025 United States national security strategy declares an intention to support our allies in preserving the freedom and security of Europe while restoring Europe's civilizational self-confidence and Western identity. But such a restoration is unlikely to result from the public intimidation of loyal allies like Denmark, which has been one of the European continent's staunchest American imperial allies till Trump midterm 2.0. The same source document speaks of cultivating resistance to Europe's current trajectory within European nations. However, leading figures in the French populist right, who are frequently invoked as examples of the kind of politics Trumpists wish to see, have been unimpressed by the Trump maladministration's conduct. Given Washington's betrayal of Venezuela's opposition after the capture of Maduro, European anti-establishment actors may be understandably wary of being similarly discarded once they cease to be immediately useful. The maladministration's conduct, or rather misconduct, is not conducive to the cultivation of trust among its putative allies. On the contrary, it reinforces skepticism about American leadership and dependability, even among those sympathetic to the maladministration's disdain for European liberal centrism. Which brings us most directly to the fallout from Munich. No, not by biological father's beer hall pooch attempted just a month before my mother was born. I mean the 62nd Munich Security Conference in Bavaria on the feast of St. Valentine's Martyr Day. At the Munich Security Conference last year, an infamous speech by the United States Vice President J.D. Vance turned into a wake-up call for Europe. The scolding, accusatory message was the clearest signal yet that the United States President Donald Trump's second midterm would be markedly different from his first. It was also an harbinger of the tough and bullying tone that the White House would abuse with NATO and Europe. I just hearted something that I'm trying to open. So let me see if I can open it. He says, Laugh out loud. Okay, I'm not going to allow myself to be distracted by that, but I'll look at it later for the sake of amusement. You'll have to tell me what it is because, like you yourself said, don't distract by opening this. It's just for a laugh with some of the other links, so I'm going to assume it might be the same with this. Anyhow, with the backdrop that I've already provided, the United States Secretary of State Marco Rubio's scheduled address at this year's Munich summit was the source of great interest and anxiety among Europeans. Amid glowing references to shared cultural ties with, well, such as Beethoven, Mozart, the Beatles, and the Rolling Stones, Rubio said, "We care deeply. We care deeply about your future and ours. And if at times we disagree, our disagreements come from our profound sense of concern about a Europe with which we're connected." Now, this speech was met with a collective sigh of relief, in large part because delegates were expecting far worse. Speaking on stage shortly thereafter, the European Commission Presidentress, Ursula von der Leyen, called it reassuring, but in private, many European leaders expressed concern. They saw Trump's recent threats to invade Greenland as the crossing of a Rubicon, and Rubio's repeated mentions of Christianity and Western civilization struck the more conscious Caucasians as having racial undertones. Indeed, for attendees and delegates from the global South, Rubio's call for Europe to join the United States on a path that expanded the West with its missionaries, its pilgrims, its soldiers, its explorers pouring out from its shores to cross oceans, settle new continents, build vast empires extending out across the globe, were received as a proposal for renewed colonization. It's worth reading a transcript of Rubio's speech, as well as Vance's from yesteryear. As one European diplomat observed, the twain are vastly different in tone, but quite similar in substance. Now, let's stop for a minute to read Brandon's latest spamming campaign. And, okay, Brendan, I meant to say. Did I say Brandon? Jesus Christ. Well, there's a lot left by Brendan here. Brendan, just join in the conversation if you're going to be bombarding me with links and text. Anyhow, so he said, Tucker Carlson detained in Israel. Journalist dragged into interrogation room as explosive interview sparks diplomatic firestorm. He says, nah, this. Okay, Carlson detained in Israel. Wonder if Putin will get him out or leave him to rot. Oh, that's so fucking funny. Well, we know that he's not going to be kept there, really. If he does, that will be, well, I mean, that would be the answer to my prayers. If the fuckers keep him in Israel to rot, we can only wish. That's upside down there. I know what I need to put there. Prayer hands. That's what I need is prayer hands. That must be read as wanting him to be kept there, not being released. Okay, let me see if I can get the hands. There we go. Got it. Okay, so hopefully that sticks. No, I stuck him in the wrong fucking place. Jesus Christ. You know, this is just... Anyhow, conservative podcasting titan Tucker Carlson said he and his staff were detained in Israel on Wednesday following an interview with Donald Trump's ambassador to the country. The former Fox News host, what's this say here? It jumped on me. The former Fox News host flew into Tel Aviv for a sit-down with Mike Huckabee, who challenged, it jumped on me again, God fuck it, okay, who challenged Carlson to speak to him directly following an online spat about Israel's treatment of Christians. Carlson, who also frequently criticizes Israel for its military actions in the Gaza, took Huckabee up on his offer. Okay, so how do I respond to that? With an emoji? Just yeah, whatever. And Tucker Carlson detained in Israel after Mike Huckabee interview. Well, good. All I can say is, 100%. There we go. And, hopefully they beat his ass to a pulp. Like they do all the Christians. Anyhow, bearing such in mind, as well as everything I've already articulated about Rubio, it's exactly the same situation you have in India, where, it doesn't matter that a trade deal has just been signed. It does nothing to reinvigorate or reinstitute any sense of trust. America has basically blown it. And bearing such in mind, on both the foreign and domestic fronts, or front lines, since I've already explained what's going on the economic front internationally and domestically, MAGA's many failures are often dismissed as contingent or blamed on Trump's own temperament or his staffing choices and so on, but the excuses like these are unpersuasive. What Trump 2.0 reveals is not merely the weakness of one maladministration, but a structural limitation of populism itself as an ideology that long predates contemporary politics. All intellectualization aside, the immediate practical impact of Ameropopulism is that the Communist Chinese Empire will capitalize on the American imperial shift. The American imperial strikes on Venezuela and seizure of that country's presidente have laid bare Washington's focus on the Western Hemisphere, a shift that will push Latin American nations closer to the Communist Chinese Empire, while simultaneously emboldening Beijing in the Indo-Pacific and reducing the American footprint there. Now, in terms of, going on further for tonight, I'm wondering, we got over an hour before midnight, but we covered a hell of a lot more tonight than I expected, and I'm eager to prepare to go to bed, get myself a extended power nap before, jumping back into the celebrations with my Tong brothers and the estates. So, unless everybody starts piling on and, demanding that I continue. Hey, Al ended earlier tonight. So, what do you guys want? Speak up now, or hold your peace till Sunday night when I return. So, I'll gladly shut down an hour and 15 minutes before midnight. Pacific Daylight, Standard Time. Before you know it, we're going to be going back to daylight time in March. It is so fucking stupid. God damn this eternal war with the Third Reich that never ends. And fuck the allies who wage it. Okay, anybody got anything to say? Enter it into chat. We're starting a countdown. Okay? And, we still got people on the call. Oh, Aristides is with us. So, dear
How about the PayPal link? How about we put that in the chat?
Yes, my good man. Delighted.
I think I can do that much. Huh?
Good man. Delightful. You're the best. You're the best. Bless you. And that's our man Aristides. Heather's typing something. Not sure what she's saying, but hey, since you're back on, can you see the screen share? I'm gonna do a screen share. So
I will. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Let's do a screen share here. Let me do that. Here we are doing a screen share now, and let's go over to my calendar. So just wanted you to see. Yesterday, I don't know if you're aware of this. It wasn't just Chinese Lunar New Year. It was Mardi Gras Fat Tuesday. I don't know if you're much into that holiday, but
not really.
Yeah, got it. And I had to take the Blood Boys to this free San Francisco Chinatown Children's Fair. I mean, it was in Portsmouth Square in the driving rain to receive these red envelopes with chocolate coins and prizes from characters representing Choi Soon, the deity of wealth. Yeah, and today, of course, I called Victoria Lauren Hobbs to let her know a calendar was in the mail for her. It's GROOMDy today, which is interesting, when the parents welcome son-in-laws, and that's the day today when Heather and Vin announced they're getting married tomorrow. And tomorrow is the day in Chinese folklore that's known as the Day of the Rat, which is often used as a expletive, as in churi, or damn it. Basically, the Day of the Rat, according to folktales, this is the day tomorrow that Vin and Heather are getting married. That's the day in Chinese folklore that rats marry. Yeah, that's when people, in activities and traditions, people leave grains and crackers in corners to share their harvest with rats. Then the people go to sleep early in order to not disturb the rat's wedding. And this way the rats will not disturb them throughout the year either. So there you go with that.
Let's hope.
Yeah, there you go with that. Heather and Vinny, we're going to put something in the corners for you. But, hey, we still want you coming back. And in the meantime, I've got this to deal with. 3 separate events. The California Academy of Sciences has got an ongoing night market tomorrow night while Vin and Heather are getting married. I guess it's for their honeymoon. Local Asian-owned businesses, going to be, at the California Academy of Sciences, which I loved going to as a kid. That's where we had the albino alligator in the alligator pit, for years. He only recently died, but he's bred more white alligators. And you're going to have fortune tellers, a MÄ-MºDy lion dance, and LED lion dance performance, $25 tickets. Pier 15 Exploratorium is going to have the adults-only meet and greet party, interact multicultural Lunar New Year traditions with drinks, mahjong. That's Chinese gambling. It's like Chinese dominoes, only you gamble with them. And the Chungnai Dance Troupe, $22.95 tickets. And the most intellectual event will be the Fire Horse panel at the Mechanics Institute in San Francisco. A panel discussion on the folklore associated with the Fire Horse, moderated by the Bay Area authoress Maxine Hong Kingston. Tickets at only $17.85. So, all this is a lot going on in a short period of time. Sharing that with Aristides. And Friday, by the way, will be National Whistleblower Reward Day. I mean, I've never been rewarded anything.
What?
Yeah.
Is that a joke?
Yeah, no, it's a real thing. It's National Whistleblower Reward Day. But
you mean the people actually get paid when they have like a tip or something?
Believe it or not, it's supposed to be the case. It's supposed to be the case. The United States Department of Justice is supposed to be running the largest whistleblower reward program under the False Claims Act. And that whistleblowers are actually supposed to be getting paid for reporting any type of fraud against any of the more than 20 different agencies or programs. This includes Medicare, the military, Homeland Security, and more.
Wow.
And if you want to be eligible for reporting fraud against the government, you've got to hire an attorney and file what's called a qui tam claim. Qui tam is an abbreviation for the Latin phrase qui tam pro domino rege quam pro se ipso in hoc parte sequitur, meaning who sues on behalf of the king as well as for himself. Qui tam pro being a provision of the FCA, the False Claims Act, allowing whistleblowers to report fraud on behalf of the United States government and receive a share of the recovered funds. Fraud including statements, statements that would provide evidence of abuse of disaster relief loans, overbilling, kickbacks, false statements, and upcoding in healthcare, etc. But you know what? The person who should be filing this is Donald Trump, because as I said, Donald Trump is suing his government, your government and mine, under his own administration, for millions of dollars from the IRS, which will only come out of our tax dollars. You're aware of this, right?
Yeah, I mean, in a normal world, that would be weird, but it's been like maximum clown world from like day one. So it's like, okay.
Thank you.
And I guess in all that, I mean, apart from Trump, I guess the difference lies in reporting fraud or exposing the entire thing as a fraud, and that's when you don't get paid.
Thank you. Well, that's where we're at.
That's when you pay.
Yes. Thank you. Which I've been paying all my fucking life.
Right.
Yeah. And thank you. So with that, we're going to put this link into the Infinite Call as well as into the chat.
You should sue him for something like more money than exists, like $1 bajillion.
Yeah. Seriously. I mean, well, Trump might as well be doing that because he's suing. Here's the link.
Right.
From NPR, which Trump has eliminated all funding to for obvious reasons. Well, the Trump government wants us from our taxpayers to pay him billions from the public trust. What we're taxed for. And he's
he'll just look. He said he's going to donate it to charity, which is, of course, is going to be
Trump charity.
A some sort of quote unquote charity for the resorts in Gaza.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I didn't think of that.
They're going to set up some something on paper. It's a charity and.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. And it's charity, all right. It's it's oh God. I'm anyhow, Heather says, though thou loved her as thyself, as a self of purer clay, though her parting dims the day, stealing grace from all alive, heartily know, when half gods go, the gods arrive. Emerson. Thank you, honey. What is that relevant to? I mean, aside from the sheer beauty of the words, what exactly is that relevant to in terms of what we've been discussing? Anyhow, link from Brendan that CENTCOM sent a message to Iran in Farsi on the official X account of CENTCOM, that they're sending in jets to jam radar, which fuck the Iranians have already jammed all their own communications. You might as well just complete the blackout. That having been articulated, I don't know how I tuned out for a little bit because I was doing some stuff, but they're bringing in the cavalry. Oh, so by that, what else can you add in detail?
I don't know. I mean, they're just lot of floating steel heading that way.
Yes, thank you, and I there is, and I do want people to understand that we're a hair trigger away from war, and I'm not even. It's like, am I concerned? Well, no. I mean, this is like a walkover. You can expect decapitation strikes, but you're not gonna get any invasion. It's not anything you need to worry about. Yeah.
No, of course. Yeah. I mean, it's not right. It's not war.
Yeah.
Right. Not going to be, Not going to be there in 3 years in the foxhole shooting at the Iranians,
but definitely Israel is provoking a war that the United States is going to fight for them. I
saw some like cheap take where it was like, and Trump is going to go to war, or he's going to distract from the fact that he's been caught being a child rapist. I'm like, okay, but it's like, I'm sorry, it's even bigger than that. Like,
yes.
That's not the only reason.
Yes, thank you. Honestly, it's by the way, did you see the images I put into the text box? You need to scroll up a bit and you'll see the Trump images with children. But what do they call it? Scopus or Snopus says they're altered. Says they're that's AI. Yes, which it may be, but
what, at the very end, or
it's
scroll how far up?
It's you just gotta keep scrolling until you see a picture of Trump with the kids. One he's with this little Chinese girl.
Oh, there.
Yeah, and the other one with a little.
Oh, that looks horrible.
Yeah, they don't look real. They don't look real.
No,
but
no.
You can easily imagine that stuff like that has happened. But yeah, they don't look convincing.
You can expect photos.
Yeah.
It's almost nostalgic, like a cheap Photoshop job.
Yes, that's right. No, it's true. It's true. That's what it reminds me.
Now they got like it can AI anything. Like, how cute.
Yeah. Oh shit. And
the AI video they made of Epstein fighting Hitler was more realistic than this. Like in an MMA match.
Oh my god. Oh, that's funny. And yeah, that's all I can say is that now our numbers have gone up. It's like, why do they do this to me? It's like, not the numbers only went down for a little bit, and and I just figured, well, how about I call it quits an hour early? Then everybody shows back up.
Right.
But hey, you know what? We might as well save it till Sunday. I'll get back to talking about all this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's
hold on. Just hang on a minute. You wanna end on a laugh?
Sure. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So we'll wait while so what's gonna happen is he's gonna dig out what they used to call, what did they call it, the canned laughter they used to use in comedies, where like Gilligan's Island, where
you'll have to be the canned laughter, but yeah, right. As soon as it'll let you play that video.
Okay. Let's see. Hopefully it doesn't get me a copyright.
That's what I was just talking about. Hitler versus Epstein UFC fight.
Oh, okay, good. I hope the sound.
I mean, somebody used, like a small, third world country town's worth of electricity to make this in AI.
Oh my god.
It's really good. I mean, it's like
I'm looking at it.
It's sick.
It's impressive. It's impressive. Yeah. I mean, yeah, good for them. And okay, now they're getting started on the video. Yeah, black what do you call umpire? Black umpire.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Hitler's pounding Epstein. Yeah. Joe Rogan.
So I mean, if they could make this, they can make anything.
Yeah, and then Hitler's giving Hitler the winner. Yeah, got it. Yeah. No, that's done well. The shadow around his penis, you could take that as just his penis is larger or smaller, or he ejaculated.
I don't know.
Himself.
I closed it. I didn't catch up.
Yeah. It's a thought. You can't help but notice it at the end simply because the black guy's lifting up Hitler's arm in the victory thing, and you notice that Hitler has shaved his armpits according to AI. So according to AI,
Right. Who
Hitler's
knows how
armpits are
much it,
shaved.
just figured out on its own or what they asked for, but looks real. Real as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Well, we like the results. He beats up Epstein.
It's as real as anything on the news.
Yeah. That is a laugh to end on. Oh, okay, everybody. We will be back Sunday, and we'll might even last a little longer than tonight. But tonight, hey, we got religious, we got deep, and that's okay. That's okay. We're here to do anything we want and enjoy ourselves while doing it. And now we get big fucking numbers. It's like now I feel guilty leaving it, but hey, all right.
Yeah, now they're like, where can we see the video of the
yeah.
Oops, I don't have a link though. It was something, just the file was, was
whatever you do, don't put a link like that into the chat.
I don't even know where there's not even a link for it.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, last thing we need is
have the file.
Yeah, last thing we need is
or suppose I viewed it. I don't have it.
Yeah, well, we must be doing something right because we got the troll earlier and he was obviously assigned, but nevertheless, for what it's worth, as a troll,
yeah, what the fuck? It's like
he was pretty gentlemanly, comparatively.
Yeah,
speaking.
How do I send a bunch of money? Well, here's how, right here.
Yeah.
What do I do? The guy,
yeah, well, what the reason it was a good thing was because you used that opportunity to find something out and then share that with the public, so people do know now that they can do
use
that.
Venmo.
Yeah. And,
whatever it was, Visa Plus.
Venmo and some of the other shit. Yeah. So yeah, it wasn't without benefit. Yeah. And such being said, there you go. Good does source from evil. But aside from that, then after a while we had to put him down because it's just it becomes irritating after a while. Because it's you can only, but there was some funny comments there. Oh, my girlfriend's getting angry now. Yeah, that was good. Yeah.
It's well intentioned. How do you work with that? It's like,
well, he wasn't well intentioned, but we turned it into something that was well intentioned for us. Okay, well, love you dearly, everybody listening. Hugs to the gentlemen, kisses to the ladies. Here you are, ladies, and we're going to end live stream. And everybody, we made it to less than an hour before midnight. It's 11:06 p.m. And I will invite you all to return on Sunday night. And then, who knows? Maybe I'll go, a full hour into addressing what happened in Canada. Tumbler Ridge. I can't think of a more appropriately named town for a massacre. Oh my God. And just what was involved with that massacre tumbles us all down a ridge, as in taking us down a rabbit hole. So, it's not conspiracy oriented, but it's just the horrible reality of what we live in. And I'll go into that. Likely on Sunday. Likely I'll go into that. But definitely we'll be back. We'll hit these subjects, and they're hard subjects. They really are. But they need to be addressed. I'm not afraid to address them. But I don't think a lot of people are going to like what I have to say, because it makes them confront a moral choice. So that having been articulated, join us on Sunday, same time, same place, and by all means contribute, because we cannot do this without you. And the site is right up there on screen, paypal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich, plus the website where you can go and, is this how it said, Aristides? Don't hit the middle button on the website at douglasdietrich.com. That's a dummy button set up by a saboteur. Do not hit the middle button to donate. You have to go to the upper right yellow button, correct? Yeah, upper right yellow button. And
upper right hand corner, yellow button.
yes, thank you. Thank you. Then you can contribute without PayPal. Without PayPal. But, I think there's another button up there as well on the left, right, Aristides, that you can contribute using other cards, other debit cards, correct? Or credit cards.
Let me...
Yeah. Ari will tell us in a moment. He's the man.
He has to get up.
He has to get up. Oh, God, I'm sorry. I feel so bad.
No.
Yes. And by the way,
right.
The episode after the green hair episode, everybody fucking hit that.
Yeah.
That's the episode that got us excommunicated. That is the episode that disabled all of our commentary. Is the episode following the green hair episode, because that episode is when I hit the powers that fucking be. So everybody understand that.
But no, you're right. If you go to you already have it in place. If you go to the website, DouglasDietrich.com, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
How much simpler
Yes.
could it be? Hit the upper right hand corner yellow button, not the fake one in the middle. Yeah, it gives you options there. Donate regular PayPal with debit or credit card, and even Venmo donate right there.
Excellent.
Oh man, we should have told that guy that.
No need to even
It
worry.
wouldn't have. It's like
that
wasn't even a two-way conversation.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, no, not at all. That was just it wasn't. You're right. That individual was not hearing us, and that's okay.
Yeah. It is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. They were a troll, but such is life, and So everyone out there, come back to us on and oh yes. As for, let me go to YouTube and just give everyone the dates of the Green Hair Day, and of course the day following that, which is the day we were excommunicated into the wilderness with no ability to interact with our fan base, or even people who are not our fans and simply hate us. Either way, we are forbidden from interacting with anyone other than through chat, thankfully. So the day that is the last episode on which you can leave commentary, and every episode before that, feel free to leave commentary on any of them, is the Green Hair Day episode, as dated Wednesday, the 4th of February, which was essentially the day we began to enter the spring changes that brought us into the tumultuous chaos of the Year of the Horse. Now, in terms of the episode thereafter, that is dated Sunday. It's a Sunday episode, so you get the sun emoji on it, as dated February 8th. So February 8th of this year, 10 days ago, was when I really went off on the genocidal Israeli campaign in the Gaza, and how corrupt the West is to have normalized that, to have refused to condemn it. And I went into that with such passion that they they disabled all our commentary permanently. And that having been articulated, review it for your own good. Review the episode thereafter as well. And, that's important. And leave upvotes. Whatever you fucking do, don't just leave commentary. Leave upvotes. Take it away, Aaron.
Yeah, go upvote as many episodes as you can keep your eye open for.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, great.
Until you pass out, just upvote like 100 episodes.
I love it. Yes. Good man. Okay. So all that being said, we've done our duty for tonight. Okay, how do we fucking turn off? End stream. Here we are in production. End stream. Here we go. We've ended. Okay, well, we've got